direction of what they need to do. They know that if they go into Gaza, that this will be a very bloody fight, a very dangerous fight for them, because they'll be fighting in streets, in small streets, in civilian neighborhoods, where they're the enemy, where Hamas, Islamic Jihad, know the terrain, where the population is against them, but also in an environment where their rules of engagement are to avoid civilian casualties. Yet in an environment like that in Gaza, civilian casualties, as we've seen in the past, do and will happen. So all of this stands in front of Israel, stands in front of the Prime Minister right now, and most particularly stands in front of those troops we were with today. Karen?
All right, Nick, thank you very much. And Major Ben Wallhaus is a spokesperson for the Israel Defense Forces, for the IDF, and I very much appreciate your time, Major. On the back of this reporting, and here we are tonight. Hamas obviously has always been a brutal organization. Now, though, these reports we're seeing, beheadings, ISIS-like cruelty, babies. Have you seen a shift in their tactics?
Well, Hamas has always been a murderous terrorist organization and has openly stated its explicit aim to kill all the Jews and all the Israelis that it can. So in terms of who it is as an organization, that's nothing new. But surely the extent and the barbaric nature of these attacks is something that we haven't seen before. And as your journalists saw today, as our forces go through the south and clear house by house, making sure there is no terrorist presence left, we're starting to hear those stories. We're starting to find those corpses that were brutally mutilated, entire communities massacred. And yes, as you say, this is something that we haven't seen before.
Major, there's the strikes coming from Gaza. I also understand there was a clash between IDF soldiers and Hamas militants inside Israel. In the north, meantime, 3 rockets were seen launched from Syrian territory, according to the IDF just tonight. Rockets were launched from Lebanon earlier. Where does security of Israeli land stand at this hour?
Yes, this is an extremely complex security situation. We are continuing intensive fighting in the south with the aim of stopping Hamas's attacks and making sure they can't carry these kinds of attacks out again. Thousands of rockets are still being fired into Israeli cities indiscriminately. And at the same time, as you say, on our northern border and on our eastern border, we have attacks, anti-tank fire, rocket fire from Lebanon and Syria. We have called up over 300,000 reserve soldiers who have left their families and are deployed on all of their borders. And in the north, we're watching very carefully and making sure that the message is clear, that no one should join in the fight.
Reuters is reporting, Major, that for months leading up to the attack, Hamas misled Israel to believe that it didn't want to fight, didn't want a confrontation, and the report from Reuters cites a source close to Hamas saying that the organization actually even went so far as to construct a mock Israeli town, a settlement in Gaza, where they practiced a military landing. They did all these things. They trained to storm it. Can you confirm any of this?
Well, Hamas's intentions have always been clear. The fact that it makes a mock Israeli town to invade shows that Hamas's war is a war against civilians. Hundreds of terrorists streaming across the border and massacring women and children and elderly is a war against civilians. Taking civilians, entire families into Gaza, abducting them, that's a war against civilians. And at the same time, they're using their own civilians as human shields, placing their military targets inside homes, mosques, hospitals, all in an effort to use their civilian population as shields.
So, in terms of any sort of a mock, settlement that they may have created, do you now know where that is or what they were doing? Do you now have the intelligence to sort of look at how this actually was trained for and accomplished?
Well, we're looking forward at the moment. Our immediate priority is to stop Hamas's attacks. Their rocket attacks indiscriminately into our cities are continuing, as your viewers are seeing right now. Attempted attacks by land, by air from Gaza. And our immediate priority is to protect our civilian population from further attacks.
All right, Major, I appreciate your time and thank you very much. Of course, obviously it's past 2 in the morning, so another late or all night for you. Thank you very much, sir. And in a moment, I'm going to be joined by Ricardo Grishner. His nephew, Omer Winker, was abducted from that music festival here in Israel, where Hamas fighters killed at least 260 innocent people. I want to warn you that the video that I'm about to show you of Omer being taken is disturbing. But we are showing it because Ricardo and Omer's parents want the world to see it. This is Omer, just 22 years old, in the back of that truck. His clothes appear to be missing. The Hamas militants are hitting him, whipping him. You can see the torture, the degradation that he's enduring. There's a gun pointed at him. This is horrific to watch for any human being, never mind if this is your son or your nephew. Ricardo Grishner is out front now. And Ricardo, for you, this is human. This is your family. It is incredibly hard for any human being to watch that video. But I know that you and Omer's parents are insisting. You want the world to see it because you want the world to know what is happening. You want the world to know what Hamas is capable of. Have you heard anything about your nephew's condition now and his whereabouts?
First of all, thank you very much for the opportunity to basically reflect the situation. Exactly as you said, the situation is brutal. Whoever saw the video got intimidated, right? It's horrifying to see your nephew in this situation, basically hit, brutalized. It's something that anybody that is human would be, of course, shocked, right? From my point of view, I just want to see one thing. I want to see Omer getting back to his family. Omer, which is 22 years old, is sick. He needs some medical attention. From our point of view, what we see is Hamas as responsible for his well-being, wanting back to his family. It can be done. This is the most intention from our point of view. So anything that we can do, anything that can be done, this is the best priority right now in our field.
Ricardo, you mentioned your nephew being in poor health. I know he has a serious medical condition. He does urgently need medication for it, colitis. What is your biggest concern? I mean, even on the base, we saw how he was actually physically tortured. So I know that you have no idea what his actual condition is. But even the basics of going without his medication, what cost does that come at for him?
So, of course, the situation can deteriorate. We don't know exactly what will happen in the end of the day because he could get very ill, high fever, getting up to basically physical illness to definitely situation. And of course, we assume that he will not be treated very good. So the best thing for Hamas is to return him to his family. Omer is a 22-year-old civilian restaurant manager. He has nothing to do with the situation. He was abducted from a rock festival, a peaceful rock festival. There is no justification, logic whatsoever. Yeah.
Well, I want to ask you because I know you appealed to the Red Cross. They actually did appeal to Hamas, just asking them to allow your nephew his medication, right? The basic human dignity of his medication, even within the hostage situation. Did they even respond? Was there a response to that plea?
Nothing whatsoever. We have no information. There is, of course, the international laws, the international agreements regarding taking care of sick, getting to visit, even the Hamas brutal murderers that are in the jails of Israel get visits. They know exactly the situation. The fact that we have there right now 130 captives, that they don't even recognize their location, their well-being, any information whatsoever about their condition. I know regarding Omer specifically that he's okay because you can see it from the video, right? You can see that he's not having any wound shots or any damages, right? So he should be back to his family immediately without any justification.
So you believe from the video, Ricardo, that I'm so sorry I didn't mean to talk over you, Ricardo, but you do believe at this point, from every indication that you have, that Omer is still alive tonight.
Exactly. There is no reason to think something else. As you can see in the video, he has no blood, nothing to share any justification or any consideration that he is damaged. So we should be okay unless something happens only in Gaza, which is under the responsibility of Hamas. When he was taken out, and you can see in the video, it's already in the area of Gaza Strip because you can see in the background of the movie that you can see Gaza area. It's not Israel. So he was perfectly fine. The only thing was, of course, he was taken out, stripped out from his clothes. He was hit, but he was perfectly fine from physical condition, as you can see in the movie. So we expect him to return back to his family. Again, he's a civilian.
We all are now
22 years old.
hoping, and thank you for sharing. Thank you so much for sharing the story and the video, and I know it's got to be so horrific and a hard choice for you and his parents to make a decision to share that. But it is important, and we thank you very much, Ricardo. Here are my thoughts.
Yeah, Omer, we are waiting for you. You have a loving family, 2 brothers and sisters. We are here for you. Omer, go back home. We will take you home.
And as we wait for Omer and the other hostages, all of whom are still missing tonight, no one knows where they are, their condition in Gaza. Our breaking news coverage continues live from Israel with a heart-stopping story of survival. Next, I'm going to talk to a woman. She was at home. Hamas stormed her neighborhood. She survived by barricading herself in a safe room. Here, how she was able to outsmart the militants as they banged on that door. And live pictures out of Gaza where loud explosions can be heard of this evening. And as casualties mount there, a look at what an invasion could actually look like in what is truly one of the world's most densely populated areas. And I'm going to speak to a hostage negotiator who has gotten American hostages out of Ukraine and other countries around the world, including Afghanistan. He's with me tonight on the hostages he is trying to free right here in Gaza to save lives.
There's a path right where you are. I'm inside the cargo. Where do we go from here? Anywhere you like.
She found it. The feeling of finding the psoriasis treatment she's been looking for. Sotyktu is the first of its kind once-daily pill for moderate to severe plaque psoriasis. For the chance at clear or almost clear skin. It's like the feeling of finding your back is back. Or finding psoriasis can't deny the splendor of these thighs. Once daily Sotyktu is proven to get more people clearer skin than the leading pill. Don't take if you're allergic to Sotyktu. Serious reactions can occur. Sotyktu can lower your ability to fight infections, including TB. Serious infections, cancers including lymphoma, muscle problems, and changes in certain labs have occurred. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, liver or kidney problems, high triglycerides, or had a vaccine or plan to. Sotyktu is a TYK2 inhibitor. TYK2 is part of the JAK family. It's not known if Sotyktu has the same risks as JAK inhibitors. Find what plaque psoriasis has been hiding. Ask your dermatologist about Sotyktu for clearer skin. So clearly you. Sotyktu.
Introducing Ned's Plaque Psoriasis. He thinks his flaky red patches are all people see.
Otezla is the #1 prescribed pill to treat plaque psoriasis. It can help you get clearer skin and reduce itching and flaking with no routine blood tests required. Doctors have been prescribing it for nearly a decade. Otezla is also approved to treat psoriatic arthritis. Don't use Otezla if you're allergic to it. Serious allergic reactions can happen. Otezla may cause severe diarrhea, nausea, or vomiting. Some people taking Otezla have depression, suicidal thoughts, or weight loss. Upper respiratory tract infection and headache may occur.
With clear skin, movie night is a groovy night. Live in the moment. Ask your doctor about Otezla.
Choosing a treatment for your chronic migraine, 15 or more headache days a month, each lasting 4 hours or more, can be overwhelming. So ask your doctor about Botox. Botox prevents headaches in adults with chronic migraine before they even start. It's the #1 prescribed branded chronic migraine treatment. So far, more than 5 million Botox treatments have been given to over 850,000 chronic migraine patients.
Effects of Botox may spread hours to weeks after injection, causing serious symptoms. Alert your doctor right away, as difficulty swallowing, speaking, breathing, eye problems, or muscle weakness can be signs of a life-threatening condition. Side effects may include allergic reactions, neck and injection site pain, fatigue, and headache. Don't receive Botox if there's a skin infection. Tell your doctor your medical history, muscle or nerve conditions and medications, including botulinum toxins, as these may increase the risk of serious side effects.
In a survey, 92% of current users said they wish they talked to their doctor and started Botox sooner. So ask your doctor if Botox is right for you. Learn how AbbVie could help you save on Botox.
Breaking news, a U.S. carrier strike group just arriving in the eastern Mediterranean Sea just off Israel's coast. It is led by the USS Gerald R. Ford. It is a nuclear-powered Navy aircraft carrier, which you can see here, and is accompanied by guided missile destroyers and guided missile cruisers. Now, its arrival comes as the U.S. confirms 20 Americans are missing after Hamas's brutal attack on Israel. On top of 14 already declared dead. Warren Lieberman is out front. And Warren, what more have you learned about this show of force from the United States? Right now, that's what it is. It's a show of force as opposed to actual force. But that's the question. What could it mean for a much deeper and more serious involvement in this conflict?
Aaron, the Biden administration has made clear that it is not getting involved in this fight right now between Israel and Hamas in Gaza. That's not the purpose of the USS Gerald R. Ford and the carrier strike group that's coming with it. But it is a message to other Iranian-backed proxies in the region, specifically Hezbollah in Lebanon and Iranian-backed groups in Syria who may try to take advantage of the situation. We've actually already seen some firing at the Lebanese border with Israel. This is who that message is directed at, a message of deterrence, warning Iran and its proxies not to get involved. And it's not just the carrier in the Eastern Med. The U.S. is sending more fighter aircraft to the region, realizing Iran might try to take advantage of the situation in other parts of the Middle East. So this is very much the recipient of that message. It's also worth noting that the U.S. has a special operations team in Jerusalem that was scheduled to be there as part of the cooperation with Israel before the fighting started, but they have offered help when it comes to intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance on the hostage rescue effort. So that another key element of all the support we're seeing from President Joe Biden, Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin, and others in the administration, all directed at Israel to give the country the full U.S. backing, Erin.
All right, Oren, thank you very much. The situation obviously dynamic, and as I said, we look out here, Tel Aviv behind me, the Mediterranean in front, and you know that it is not far, that aircraft carrier is there. Out front now, Barit Love, who survived a harrowing siege by Hamas in the Nir Oz kibbutz. That is a community in southern Israel, right near the Gaza border. And she survived by barricading herself in a safe room in her house for nearly 12 hours. And as I said, I don't want to say I'm glad to be with you, but I'm glad that you're here. I'm glad that you're okay. You're with your family. You're inside your home. Mm-hmm. You're celebrating. Mm-hmm. And all of a sudden Hamas storms the kibbutz. What even happened? When did you realize that there was something horrific happening?
Actually, we just we ran into the safe room just for a regular bombing alert, which we're used to for years and years now. And then a few minutes later, my neighbor texts us a message to the neighborhood saying he sees armed Hamas people entering the kibbutz.
Individual militants.
Yes.
Yeah.
And so he said, close yourself in the security room. So, in a safe room. So, we stayed inside, me and my daughter. We stayed inside, and then minutes later, I realized that actually they can just open the door. It's not really locked. Mm-hmm. So, this is like such a scary moment because we started hearing shooting, automatic weapons, grenades, like a second later after he texted us this message. The whole kibbutz with like guns and fire guns and just automatic weapon everywhere, like endless shooting and grenades. So I'm trying to figure out what to do. They're gonna maybe break into our door. How can I make sure it's locked really? Mm-hmm. And I started texting and calling people from the kibbutz. Do you know how to lock the door? And nobody knew how to lock the door.
Oh my goodness.
It was so scary, so scary. Then I text my family. Do you know how
Your
to lock?
brother.
my brother responded with a picture of how he locked his door. He's in a small moshav, a small village, just 5 kilometers from mine. So, and he was there too. So I saw how he locked his with 2 broomsticks, and I thought,
So like a makeshift barricade. There wasn't even
It is-
technically
no,
locking, it
no.
was finding a way.
yes. And then I thought, I don't have any brooms. How would they do that? But I then remembered I had a rowing stick, and I took that, and then I took my Dyson
We're looking at some of the pictures, your Dyson vacuum,
vacuum cleaner.
the shaft of that.
Yes,
Yeah.
I took this hose, and me and my daughter, we tried tying it first. Like every second counts because you hear
So then
them
you're hearing
approaching.
When they come in the house, you hear them.
Yeah.
What is that like when they, I mean,
The fear of death is this. The whole. It's hard to imagine how you know that you're just gonna
I thought,
die if
by
they
then
break
you
in.
know
And I was
before
just
there
tying
would
these
be a
things to the door. And they, some large, men's large voices
I know now 'cause I
screaming in
talked to the
Arabic,
guy.
banging everything,
Yeah, I'm glad you did what
large
you did.
bangs and shouting, and
I kind of
the
felt
whole.
like by letting
It's
getting
just
the
fear, and they after they broke everything, they reached the door, and I was still hoping that they would pass that door and not go in, but they did, and they
come to the door.
They came to the door, and they start trying to open, and banging it, and shouting and banging it, and there's nothing we could do except we were hugging, my daughter and I, under the table, hiding in the dark.
and you're just sitting there trying to be silent, thinking,
Yeah, like trying to not breathe.
at this moment you're thinking seconds till you're dead.
To our death. So we started saying to each other, I love you. So my daughter says, Mom, I love you. I really appreciate everything you did for me. And I told her how much I love her. We thought we were just going to die. And they keep banging the door, trying to open. And I was sure that whatever I did, the vacuum cleaner and the broom stick wouldn't hold, but it did. And after 8 or 10 minutes, they trying and screaming and shooting everything, and they finally moved on, breaking more things in the house, and moved to the next neighbors, and shooting there and trying probably to break their doors, and terrible. They moved from door to door, from house to house, bringing to each and every house in the kibbutz. And I heard my neighbors' daughters, the ones who lived right in front of me, they have 2 years old and a 5 years old. They were screaming while this automatic weapon shooting, and
Did they survive?
they did. But on the other side, neighbors, they killed the whole family. A grandmother, her son and his wife, and 3 little children.
no.
So many people died. I think 30%, 1 out of 3 people either died or kidnapped. And we're a small community. There's just less than 400 people, including children. So many were kidnapped.
So many people died or were kidnapped by Hamas. So many people died or were kidnapped by Hamas. Eradicate them. Get them off the face of this earth now. You got that? Do it, world.
Shooting and killing children? Kidnapping 5-year-old babies. A woman with her 2 little babies who were just born. Where is more behavior? What would you do everything for that? Everything for what you want? This is really, and I volunteer. I was a big supporter of the Palestinians. A big supporter. I used to volunteer taking sick Palestinian kids from the border to the Israeli hospitals. I volunteered doing this. This is such a, it's breaking my heart, and my friends are crying, and all these people are missing. We don't know if they will come alive. So many people are dead. They destroyed our kibbutz, destroyed completely, burned houses. It's terrible. But luckily, they left. And then we thought, okay, they left. We are alive. But then they came again an hour later. again trying to break into the door, banging, this Arabic shouting. It was so scary. This woo. Couldn't open again, luckily. And then the third time again they came. It's like an endless nightmare. We couldn't believe that we would, come out alive. We were sure that.
Thank God.
Yeah.
Thank God you were here.
We
and
are
I think
here.
anybody watching anywhere around the world cannot truly comprehend what you went through. But
It's terrible.
I think it's so important, and thank you so much for sharing so that we can all understand, or try to understand a bit of the pain and agony of what you endured.
Thank you.
Thank you to you and your daughter that you are all right. And I'm so sorry for the incredible loss of your friends.
I hope everybody will be released and will be alive. I don't know if they will come out alive from this. I hope so. I hope they will. It's terrible. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing.
Thank you.
We're going to take a brief break and we'll be right back in a moment.
I brought in Ensure Max Protein with 30 grams of protein.
Those who tried me felt more energy in just 2 weeks. Here, I'll take that.
Ensure Max Protein. 30 grams protein, 1 gram sugar, 25 vitamins and minerals, and nutrients for immune health.
Gardner Rings. Shop, buy, sell online.
Stanley Steamer is proud to clean over 1 million homes across America every year. With custom-made vans and cleaning equipment, our professional cleaning technicians have the knowledge and skills to get your home cleaner and healthier. Get the best for your home. Schedule a cleaning with your local Stanley Steamer today.
That first time you take a step back.
I made that.
With your very own online store.
I sold that.
And you can manage it all in one place.
I built this.
And it was easy, with a partner that puts you first. GoDaddy.
Does someone who threatens Putin's power ever die unintentionally in Russia?
I don't think so. He just leaves all this carnage in his wake.
You think he cares about that?
No, he doesn't.
The Source with Caitlin Collins. Tonight at 9. I belong here.
You may think I don't fit in.
That I don't look the part.
But to me, curling is more than a sport.
It's my community.
Together, we can sweep away the barriers.
Create spaces where we all belong.
And experience the joy of curling.
I belong here.
We belong here. We unite. And united we curl.
Discover crisp morning air. Flavors of the Spice Trail. Peaceful places. Encounters with nature. And so much more. From forest trails to our urban center, West Coast warmth is ready to welcome you. Leave the cold behind. Now is the perfect time to discover Surrey.
Join Poppy and Phil on CNN This Morning. Tomorrow at 6 Eastern.
And you are looking at live pictures out of Gaza, where Israel is conducting right now wide-scale strikes on multiple Hamas targets. The Israeli defense minister warning tonight, quote, Gaza will never return to what it was. This is the White House says it does not expect Israel to pursue a siege of Gaza. That's the word they used, as it responds to the unprecedented attacks by Hamas. Attacks that we understand now have left at least 1,000 people in Israel dead. Matthew Chance is out front.
Across Gaza, Israel is unleashing its wrath. The small Gaza port pounded from the air. Israel's military says more than 2,000 targets in this densely populated area, including apartment buildings and mosques, have been destroyed. Recent attacks by Hamas triggering a devastating response. And in Gaza, it's a bloody one too. Palestinians are digging through the rubble of flattened buildings as the death toll climbs. Health officials there say more than 900 people have so far been killed. My 3 sons were killed, along with their wives and children. There were nearly 50 martyrs in this building. Israel's military says it's retrieved the bodies of another 1,500 Palestinians who stormed the Israeli territory and is now hunting Hamas down. Hamas operatives will have nowhere to hide in Gaza, vows this Israeli military spokesman. We will reach them anywhere, he insists. And that may mean going in even harder. Already Israel has deployed forces and called up hundreds of thousands of reserve troops in apparent readiness for a land attack. But not only is Gaza one of the world's most densely populated areas, it's also crisscrossed by a hidden, possibly booby-trapped network of tunnels used by militants to move undetected through the area. Israel's widely anticipated ground assault on Gaza, if it happens, will also be fraught with danger.
So Matthew, obviously the U.S. is saying there's no expectations of a siege, but you have a mass amount of Israeli Defense Forces, paratroopers, snipers amassing on that border for an unprecedented possible ground invasion. Is there a sense from Israel that they truly can do anything they need to do?
We certainly get that sense. I mean, Israel at the moment, as you've been reporting on, as you've been hearing yourself, is full of horror and full of rage about what's happened in this country, and a lot of anxiety about what happens next. And of course, if you speak to the soldiers and the officials of this country, they're saying, look, we'll do whatever it takes now. The gloves are off. Of course, all sides have a responsibility to protect civilians in a conflict under humanitarian law, and the Israelis reject the idea that the killing of Palestinian civilians can in any way be comparable to the way Palestinian militants have killed Israelis. But nevertheless, as more Palestinians die, more that criticism of Israel is going to go up as well.
Yeah, certainly will, as you see in protests and now counter-protests and around the world. All right, Matthew Chance, thank you very much. And out front now, retired Lieutenant General Mark Hertling, former Army Commanding General for Europe and the 7th Army, where he worked closely with the Israeli Army, including dozens of instances of providing air defense support. So, General Hertling, here we are tonight, obviously attacks again, counterattacks in Gaza. You hear the thuds, you feel the thuds through your body throughout the day. You've got the rockets then coming in from Hamas. We understand right now 14 Americans have been killed, 20 or more unaccounted for in Israel. We understand from the Biden administration, and President Biden has confirmed that there are American hostages. So, General, in this situation where you've got the Israelis massing on that border, prepared for a ground invasion, can the U.S. sit back and just send aid? Or will the United States do more and get more involved?
I'd suggest, Aaron, what we're talking about with both the Carrier Strike Group, the Central Command headquarters, as well as the Air Force that are in the area, that there's an awful lot of planning going on across the entire spectrum of contingencies. There's no sitting back. I guarantee you that General Eric Carrillo of CENTCOM is not sitting back. They are looking at all different types of options, not only for support, but how they might engage others that would interfere with the operations that are about to occur, or that might provide more forces in the area that would counter what Israel's trying to do. So, again, I just say there's no sitting back, and there's a lot of planning and contingency operations being prepared.
Well, we talk about Americans missing, Americans confirmed killed. Obviously, there are incredibly close ties between the two countries, many Americans in Israel. Now, Germany tonight has announced it's going to evacuate the German citizens who are in Israel. They want to get them all out of the country on Thursday and Friday. They say their airline, Lufthansa, is going to operate special flights from Israel to accomplish this. General, did it surprise you when you saw that? A country doing a full-scale evacuation. And do you think the United States either should or will do something similar?
Well, it's interesting, Aaron, because I had this conversation today with a member of the administration. And in fact, American Airlines is still flying into Ben Gurion. That's the airline that normally flies the Israel routes. There are several others that are also supporting that. And the question about conducting a non-combatant evacuation, a NEO operation, which is a military operation which Germany is considering. And I would suggest there's probably other countries considering that. As long as commercial airlines are flying in and out and Ben Gurion is not damaged, those will continue, and there's no need for a military NEO to support that kind of escape of people, civilians who are in the area. There's over 100,000 Americans inside of Israel right now. So that would be a pretty hefty lift in terms of a NEO. So they're getting out pretty well with commercial airlines.
Yeah, obviously the airport is it is packed. I've never seen anything like it in an airport before, I can say that. Hamas has warned it will kill hostages if Israel continues its attacks, right? So they're saying that they will do this, and of course that's complicating Israel's decision on how and when to conduct any kind of a ground operation or invasion. How much time do you think there is left, General, on the ground to locate and rescue hostages? I mean, are we looking at days, hours, weeks? What are we looking at?
That's a great question, Aaron, and one of the things that is involved in military planning for hostage rescue is a series of questions. Where do we think they are? What kind of force is guarding them? Could they be moved? Are there booby traps around waiting for us to come in and try and rescue them? What is the intelligence factors that are involved in determining where they are and how we might be able to get them out? How do we protect the rescuers? And I could list 100 different questions that rescuers or hostage rescuers go through before they go in and conduct an operation. And I know for a fact that U.S. Special Operations are coordinating well with the Israeli Special Operations in what might occur. And truthfully, I would also suggest the Israeli government and the Israeli military is assessing the situation. And right now, Aaron, I tell you, it's hard. If you're asking me for a date when that might occur, it's going to depend on the answer to those questions. If you ask, is there a date that may occur where ground forces go into Gaza? Again, the Israeli government and military are assessing the situation, determining how they can do that, and conduct the operations and accomplish the missions, which they're determining and giving their commanders. But I finish by saying this is going to be a very tough operation for the Israeli Defense Force.
Yeah. All right, General Hertling, thank you very much. And Brian Stern is with me now in Tel Aviv. He runs Project Dynamo. It's a veteran-led, donor-funded international rescue organization. You've rescued Americans in Afghanistan. Obviously, you and I have spoken because you've rescued Americans in Ukraine. And now, of course, you are here.
And Sudan.
And Sudan. I mean, it's around the world. And, even here, as before we went to air, you were dealing with a situation in another country as well. So let me put this question to you that I just put to General Hertling, because you're dealing with very specific situations.
Sure.
Time is of the essence, isn't it, with some of these situations? I mean, to get people out, if you're going to get them out alive.
Absolutely. I mean, the purpose of the reason why terrorists take hostages is for leverage and utility. But they will use that leverage and that utility at some point. We need to remember we've had hostage situations with the Iranians that have lasted just recently. The guys that just got released, years.
Yeah.
So time is of the essence, and these things, the sooner the better, because people can outlive their usefulness and their utility. Hamas has 100 to 150 hostages. They have to be fed, cared for. That means food and toilet paper and care and feeding, and they have to be hidden and moved around. And it's not so easy to keep somebody in captivity, especially if you're a terrorist group. So there's a balancing act that has to happen.
In terms of time being of the essence. So what would you say in terms of the situations you're dealing with right now? Are you dealing with people in Hamas who are able to make decisions and do things? And what is it? How would you describe that process right now, even?
The process, where we are in this situation is new, right? This is where we're 100 hours into this war, which means that everything is very fluid, very dynamic. Who's in charge today may not be true. Who's in charge tomorrow? Who the real power brokers are may not be who is saying that they're in charge. If that makes sense.
Yes.
So there's a lot of really self-identified leaders who are actually
not leaders,
not decision makers. So the newness of this, and that's also an opportunity from a hostage negotiation perspective and a hostage rescue
But
perspective.
there's a sort of micro players here.
There's this
micro ways.
there's
You gotta find out who they are.
there's these moments, these windows of opportunity, and that's in the hostage world. That's really what we're looking for. We're looking for these opportunities that we can make things happen, and also not get in the way of other efforts that are going on. The U.S. government is actively working. State Department and the FBI are working really, really, really hard. They're the best at this sort of thing. Our Special Operations Forces, we have whole units of people that wake up every day. This is what they train for. So we're really good at this stuff. The catch is that this war is a little different than other wars that we've had to deal with. This is a different flavor because of its Israel.
All right, O'Brien, thank you very much.
My pleasure.
I know we'll stay in touch here because I know you've got situations you're working against the clock. Thank you. And out front next, Russia notably not among the many nations condemning the deadly attack by Hamas. Instead, on state television, they're mocking the United States and Israel.
Camping was fun, but it looks like we brought the Blitz back with us.
If you have kids, then you really need WeatherTech. It's the ultimate way to kid-proof your vehicle. From laser-measured floor liners for the front and rear, to cargo liner, seat protector, and seat back protectors, we've got you covered.
Your turn.
Find these American-made products at WeatherTech.com.
I will never again lose to my brother, decided Issa, because I've switched to consumer cellular, and now I get the same coverage he's got for half the cost. I'm the one who wins. Birds, when freedom calls, we're here to answer.
If we want a more viable future for our kids, we need to find more sustainable ways of doing things. America's plastic makers are investing billions of dollars in new technologies and creating plastic products that are more recyclable, durable, and dependable. Our goal is a cleaner, healthier planet for generations to come. For a better tomorrow, we're focused on making plastics better today.
My dry eyes made me a burning, stinging 5 times a day.
Makeup smearing, drops user.
I want another option. That's not another drop.
Tyrvaya, it's not another drop. It's the first and only nasal spray for dry eye. Tyrvaya treats the signs and symptoms of dry eye disease fast by helping your body produce its own real tears. Common side effects include sneezing, cough, and throat and nose irritation.
Relying only on drops? Not me. My own real tears are my relief.
Ask your eye doctor about Tyrvaya.
Hey you, with the small business.
Whoa.
You've got all kinds of bright ideas that your customers need to know about.
Constant Contact makes it easy. With everything from managing your social posts and events to email and SMS marketing. Constant Contact delivers all the tools you need to help your business grow. Get started today at ConstantContact.com. Constant Contact, helping the small stand tall.
Does someone who threatens Putin's power ever die unintentionally in Russia?
I don't think so. He just leaves all this carnage in his wake.
Do you think he cares about that?
No, he doesn't.
The Source with Caitlin Collins. Tonight at 9.
Chris Domine is a husband and a father. Chris is an athlete. Chris is even an Ironman. But 10 years ago, Chris was facing a very different story because his kidneys were failing.
Basically, the doctor said, if you don't get a kidney transplant and if you don't do dialysis, you are going to die.
Fortunately, Chris received a second chance at life, made possible by an organ donor.
Your well-being changes, from loss of hope to hope to better times ahead.
More than 100 million people in America are registered organ, eye, and tissue donors. People of every age and ethnicity, because they believe it's the right thing to do. Imagine what you can make possible by leaving behind the gift of life. Learn more and sign up as an organ, eye, and tissue donor. Go to organdonor.gov.
This is CNN, the world's news network.
And welcome back to a special edition of Outfront, live from Israel. We've got breaking news. We are now learning that the death toll from the Hamas attacks on Israel has gone up significantly. That number is now at least 1,200 200 people, according to an Israeli public broadcaster, and we have been saying about 1,000, so that number going up by at least 200 here. And it comes as questions grow about who was behind the attack. And today, Vladimir Putin had a very tepid response to Hamas's attack, which killed at least 2 Russian citizens. Fred Pleitgen is out front.
After hundreds of Israelis were slaughtered by Hamas near Gaza, condemnation and condolences poured in from around the world, but not from Russian leader Vladimir Putin. Now, in his first comments, instead of empathy, Putin blasting the U.S.
This is a clear example of the failure of the United States policy in the Middle East, which tried to monopolize any settlement between Israelis and Palestinians.
Kremlin-controlled TV following suit, mocking both America and Israel for allegedly being caught off guard by Hamas's attack.
Mossad and its famous counterintelligence, as well as the U.S. and its CIA, slept through Hamas's invasion. It's the biggest Israeli failure in security since 1973.
Russia has long been allied with Israel's staunchest adversaries and Hamas's most important backers, bombing Syrian rebels in support of pro-Iranian fighters battling on the side of Syrian President Bashar al-Assad during Syria's civil war. But Russia also maintained strong ties and security arrangements with Israel, Putin meeting Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu on many occasions.
We in no way underestimate the importance of measures that would ensure very strong security of the state of Israel.
But since Putin launched his full-scale war against Ukraine, Tehran has become a key ally for Moscow at Israel's expense, fostering economic and military ties with Iran, while Tehran provides the Russian army with scores of Shahed drones the Russians use to hit Ukrainian cities and infrastructure, Kiev says, even though Tehran denies it. Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky claiming Moscow's allegiance in the Middle East has shifted towards Tehran.
We see how Russian propagandists are gloating. We witness how Moscow's Iranian allies openly lend support to those who attacked Israel.
And Aaron, the Kremlin has denied Vladimir Zelensky's allegations that the Russians are trying to inflame the situations between the Israelis and the Palestinians. However, the former chief rabbi of Moscow, who of course fled Russia about 2 weeks after the full-on invasion of Ukraine, he today said that the lack of show of support of Russia for Israel is an ominous sign of deteriorating relations between those countries. Aaron?
Fred, thank you very much. And out front now, the former Israeli ambassador to the United Nations and Israel's former deputy defense minister, Danny Danon. And I really appreciate your time, Ambassador. So, Fred's reporting Russian citizens are killed in the attack. Putin silent, really for days. Many Russians live in Israel. There are very close ties between those two countries as well. And yet Putin showing virtually no sympathy at all for Israel. Nothing at this point. Why do you think that is?
It is unacceptable. We have witnessed a horrible attack against Israelis. 1,200 people were killed, butchered in a daylight. So we expect more than a leader. We saw President Biden's speech, and we appreciated his speech. It was very emotional. It was a remarkable speech, I have to tell you, because we are still digesting those attacks. It was very hard for us. The pain is still in our stomach, and we are grateful for the support coming from the US, from Europe, from almost all over the world. I cannot explain Putin's behavior.
So, Fred Pleitgen pointed out, Russia's long been allied with Iran, and of course we've seen that intensify, if I could use that word, with the Ukraine war as well. Iran is the key backer of Hamas. Do you think that if Iran had any advanced knowledge, that Russia would have had advanced knowledge? I mean, do you see any ties here that you're starting to tie together?
Well, Iran is very involved in what's happening here. They are funding Hamas and Hezbollah for years. They are training Hamas operatives. We know that Hamas experts went to Tehran to get training about explosives and other things. So we know Iran is involved. And maybe, I don't know for sure, but maybe what we saw in the last few weeks, the relationship between Israel and Saudi Arabia, it wasn't very good for Iran. So maybe that is the reason for the timing, because it was an unprovoked attack against Israel. Nobody can find logic for the timing of this vicious attack.
So how involved do you think Iran was? I mean, the White House has been careful. They've sort of said that there's ambiguous ties, that Iran is broadly complicit, but that there's no intelligence directly linking Iran to this actual attack. Do you buy that?
No. When you fund Hamas and you give them hundreds of billions of dollars every year, you control Hamas. So basically both Hamas and Hezbollah are proxies of Tehran. They control them, and that is why we're sending a very clear message today to Hezbollah and to Tehran. Watch very carefully what will happen in Gaza. Don't mess with us. We are not playing anymore. We're gonna hunt down Hamas, and if anyone will try to play with us, either from north or somewhere else, he will be under our guns as well.
So as you are massing IDF forces, paratroopers, snipers along that Gaza border, is there anything that will be off limits? When, if, I assume at this point it's when, Israel goes in?
We will do whatever is necessary to eliminate Hamas. We're gonna come from the sea, we're gonna come from the land, we're gonna come from the air, we're gonna hunt them down. They butchered 1,200 Israelis, and they went to the communities. They didn't attack soldiers, they attacked women. Today we actually saw the pictures of innocent babies that were tied up and burned alive. Those are animals. We have to fight them, we have to hunt them down, and we are committed to do it. You know, we are still in pain, in shock, and I think in a few days we will start to show the might of the IDF, the strength of the Israeli people. We put politics aside now, we are united, and we're going to go into war against Hamas.
Ambassador Danon, thank you very much. I appreciate your time.
Thank you very much. Thank you for coming here now.
Yes, it's important, and we are glad to be here with you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And thanks very much to all of you for joining us for our live coverage here from Israel. AC 360 with Anderson, also in Israel tonight, starts now.
Good evening. It is 3 a.m. in Israel, where even now more evidence keeps coming to light of the barbarity, the cruelty, and depravity with which Hamas began these terror attacks some 4 days ago. There's new video and accounts of what these killers inflicted up close on young and old, men, women, children, innocents. You'll hear from survivors tonight. President Biden weighed in on it today and confirmed there are Americans being held by Hamas, and we'll bring you that as well. But first, the latest on where things stand. We are in Ashdod again, about 19 or 20 miles north of Gaza, and it's there in Gaza within the last few minutes. There were more strikes, and we could just hear a large thump of a distant explosion. To the immediate south in Ashkelon, Israeli forces say they killed 3 Hamas militants overnight during a gun battle in the city's industrial area. Above Ashkelon in recent hours and throughout the day, more incoming rockets for the Iron Dome defenses to cope with. You see the images, part of an especially heavy barrage that Hamas launched at the city. Now, compounding matters, danger on another front. Israeli Defense Force is saying a number of rockets were fired into the country from Syria. They landed in open areas. No word, though, on damage or injuries. Israeli Air Forces, meantime, spent all day hitting targets in Gaza, killing, they say, members of Hamas leadership. The IDF says the airstrikes are focused on the group's infrastructure and operations, but does admit to striking mosques if there's Hamas activity going on inside, they say. And, as I mentioned a moment ago, we got even more video that shows nothing which could even remotely be described as an act of war, which is why, as hard as it might be to stomach, we want to show it to you. It was taken from a car's dash cam. It's a little hard to make out. It's from Saturday morning. It's near the Nova Music Festival, where the slaughter of more than 260 Israelis took place, and others. And we're at a bomb shelter where people had taken refuge. In the video, you see Hamas gunmen arrive. One immediately approaches a shirtless man who's against the wall outside the bomb shelter at the top of the frame, forcing him to the ground, kicking him several times. Another man approaches, menaces him, but is pulled away. The doorway you see there is to the shelter. More gunmen gather around the entry, some wearing fatigue, some in civilian clothing, all carrying assault rifles, and they kind of mill around briefly, taking turns kicking and stomping the guy in the ground. And then as others back away, one of the gunmen unclips some kind of grenade from his belt and lobs it inside the bomb shelter. Seconds later, a man who'd been sheltering inside actually then runs out of, we just saw him lobbing it, runs out of the shelter. The gunman then opened fire on the man, firing on automatic, and we don't know what happened to that person. Nick Robertson visited this very shelter yesterday. He found bullet holes, empty shell casings, evidence of gunfire inside, and the people taking cover inside. We're going to hear more from Nick in a moment about that, as well as his visit to a border kibbutz where he spoke with an IDF Major General who finally, late yesterday, cleared the area of dozens of Hamas attackers and is now, frankly, unable to comprehend the civilian carnage he himself has seen.
Some people are out with their children and they kill them. They kill babies in the front of their parents and then kill the parents. They kill parents and we found babies between the dogs and the family that killed before him. They cut head of the people. I heard during my childhood about the pogrom in Europe and the Holocaust, of course. All my family came from Europe and they are survivors, etc., etc. I never think that I would see in my eyes picture and things like this.
A very emotional and strong statement of support by President Biden today for Israel from the White House. He spoke to Hamas's barbarity and America's response to it.
So in this moment, we must be crystal clear. We stand with Israel. Like every nation in the world, Israel has the right to respond, indeed has a duty to respond to these vicious attacks. Let me say again, to any country, any organization, anyone thinking of taking advantage of the situation, I have one word: don't. Don't. Our hearts may be broken, but our resolve is clear.
The president confirmed that 14 Americans are known dead so far, and at least some 20 are unaccounted for. He also confirmed that Americans are among the hostages now being held by Hamas, but didn't give a number on that. Now, we mentioned the fighting, the rocket bombardment in Ashkelon, just south of here. For that, let's go to CNN's Clarissa Ward. So I understand that it's been a busy night in Ashkelon where you are. Hamas warned residents there to leave the city before 5 p.m. local time. So what's happened?
At exactly 5 p.m., Anderson, a massive barrage of rockets came slamming into the city. Most of them, I should say, were intercepted by the Iron Dome. But since then, really, I would say it was about 4 hours where there was just sort of a seemingly endless cycle of sirens going off, more rockets coming in, people frantically trying to get to shelters. It had been then quieter for a little while. We then heard an announcement over the sort of Hotel Tannoy system telling people to stay in their rooms. And we could hear a helicopter gunship coming from that direction. Turns out, according to Israeli Defense Forces, that there was some kind of a battle where 3 Hamas militants were actually killed. It resulted in a fire as well. We could still smell that fire and sort of see it glowing in the distance back there, but really underscoring that despite what Israeli forces had said earlier in the day, that they were confident that all Hamas militants had been effectively killed or captured and pushed out of southern Israel. In actual fact, it does appear that there are still isolated skirmishes taking place, Anderson.
And Clarissa, is it clear to you if those gunmen that they were looking for had recently crossed over since the initial waves of people of fighters coming across the border Saturday morning and throughout the day on Saturday, or was this holdovers, leftovers, people who had been here who hadn't headed back, would have been hiding?
I think it's very difficult to say. The Israeli Defense Forces haven't released any information about that. One would assume, and I should say it's speculation, that these were militants who maybe had been inside southern Israel for a couple of days, were perhaps lying low for a little while. It's not that hard for people to hide here. It is very hard for the IDF to keep track of where lone gunmen may be lying in wait, potentially. We saw along the roadside in a different part along the Israeli-Gaza border today another situation where the IDF had closed off the road. They were very clear with us that we couldn't go beyond a certain point because, again,
they thought they had cleared most of these militants, but they are still finding incidents where they are popping up, and it's difficult, I think, for them to have a precise knowledge of how many came in, when they came in, which ones were killed, who might still be here, Anderson.
Carlissa Ward, thanks so much. CNN's Nick Robertson, as we mentioned, visited a kibbutz today that was the scene of atrocities, to put it bluntly. As many, frankly, of the kibbutzes near the Gaza border have been the scene of Hamas was murdered. We also have stories about a bomb shelter that we showed you a moment ago where Hamas also murdered fleeing civilians Saturday morning. Nick joins me now. So Nick, what can you tell us about the bomb shelter near the music festival?
Yeah, you really got a sense stepping in there, or just looking at it from the outside, with the ripped up shoes that were outside and the blooded water bottles. But stepping in, you really got a sense that something utterly awful had happened in there. The blood stains on the walls, blood stains on the ceiling, and this awful smell of the decay of human flesh. Horrible. Just this sense that something horrible had happened there, that people had gone in there, because these are the rocket shelters that people go and hide in when they hear rockets, and that it was just where the cars were parked, where all those young festival goers were coming out, who were racing away, running away from Hamas, trying to get in their cars and drive away.
Nick, you went to a kibbutz, which was the scene of tremendous brutality early Saturday, just like a number of these agricultural communities were attacked, because they are very close to Gaza. Can you just talk about what you saw? Because we played some sound from an Israeli general who was involved in taking that kibbutz back from Hamas militants in intensive fighting over the last several days. What else did he tell you?
Yeah, I was really struck by what had happened there, that it was so close to Gaza, about, I would say, less than, well, somewhere between half a mile and 3/4 of a mile to the fence. And so it was one of the first places the Hamas militants would have reached, and they came in through the fence there. But the way that they treated the people, the way that people had been bound up and then executed, killed in their own homes, was really something quite shocking. And this is what the general was explaining. It had taken the Israeli Defense Force 48 hours to be able to ultimately defeat Hamas. And he said when he got in there, of course, that's when they began to realize and see just how bad the situation was, as he described it. Real concentrated brutality, families killed together, mothers, fathers, children. He even said that some of them had been decapitated. Now, we didn't see evidence of that, but we did see them loading the body bags of these innocent civilians, loading the body bags into the backs of trucks to take them away.
And I just want to be clear, because there have been, some people. I talked to a politician here who was talking about 40 babies who had their heads cut off. I just want to be clear. This general you spoke to said that some people or persons did have their heads cut off. He didn't say a baby, but babies, he said, were killed, correct?
That's absolutely correct. He said babies were killed. He said that heads were cut off. He didn't say of whom, of what age, or of what gender. And we didn't see anybody with their heads cut off, and we didn't see any babies with their heads cut off. We do know that some of the executions, the style of the executions, and we've heard this in a number of different locations, and we heard it again in Kfar Aza today, that Hamas was cutting people's throats, and they were killing them that way. So was this what the general was referring to? It's not clear.
Yeah, he had said, I think they cut the head off a person or people. I just think the words matter, because obviously it is sickening and brutal enough. We just want to stick to the facts. Nick Robertson, I really appreciate that reporting. Thank you so much. Well, the video that we showed you where civilians were slaughtered inside that bomb shelter or gunned down, fleeing the grenade tossed inside, shows only one of many such shelters near the border with Gaza and near that music festival site. We do not know whether it was the one in which a man named Raphael Zimmerman took cover, where he was wounded after he says that Hamas gunmen threw gas or flashbang grenades inside, and where for hours he played dead as the people, dozens of people who were sheltering inside there, crammed together, were killed. I spoke with Raphael a short time ago. Raphael, you hid out in a bunker near the music festival site. How did you find that location?
About the bunker, I was inside of the festival, and we started to run after the rockets. A lot of rockets come into the festival. A lot of, we cannot count how many. And we started to run, me and my friends, a couple of friends, and we stopped a car in the middle of the street, like really close from the festival, and the car took us to the bunker. The bunker was like 2 minutes from the festival, really close also. And in the middle of the street, in a bus station, was a bunker just to protect from the rockets. So
when you got to the bunker, were there other people already in it, or were you one of the first to get there?
Me and my friends, like, we were one of the first to be there, like, and after came a lot of people, like, I was in the bank of the bunker because I wasn't one of the first persons, so I was like really on the back. And after that, almost 40 or 50 persons came inside of the bunker. A really small bunker, like it's not for too many people, but they're supposed to protect everybody, but it's not what happened.
Were people talking?
Yeah.
Were people being quiet? Could you hear what was going on outside?
Yeah, like we were inside talking about what's going on, and my friend, he said like he had experience in the army, and he said like now we're starting a war and we're supposed to stay here like for 2 weeks. Like two police officers were outside of the bunker protecting, and after 5 minutes it started a big fight of shooting. They started to throw
The police were
grenades.
fighting against the attackers.
Yeah, 2 policies, and I was like in the back of the bunker, and the policies was inside, in another side, but outside. So after that, they started to scream Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar, and they throw a gas inside of the bunker. With the gas you cannot breathe. It's impossible to breathe after 30 seconds. Like everything.
So it was like a smoke grenade?
No, it was a gas, really gas, because it was impossible to breathe. Like it's to kill, for sure. Because a lot of people died because of that. I'm sure about that. And in the middle of the gas, the people became like insane. And imagine without breathing, you don't have like, you cannot go outside, because if you go outside, probably they're gonna take you or they're gonna shoot you. So we didn't have option.
Did they come inside the bunker and shoot, or were they just? I mean, you're saying they were gassing you. They were gassing the people inside the bunker.
The first thing was the gas. After they became inside and they started to shoot, they they started to throw flashbang, a lot of flashbang. I remember I am really hurt because of the flashbang. A lot of, so I just protected myself, and after hours of that, I just covered myself with dead people, a lot of dead people. So I stayed for there inside like for hours, like just waiting for die, you know. I just wanted to die in peace because I suffered so much, the gas. I just, inside, in the middle of the gas, I just remembered, I don't know how it was, but now I know how it was. I just started to think how it was in the Holocaust with the Jews. Like, in 30 seconds, you are dead. And you don't have option. You cannot breathe. You cannot... It's crazy. I passed it for the hell. I don't know how I'm alive. I don't know.
That's what was in your mind. You're in this bunker with men and women, young people being gassed, and you thought of the Holocaust.
Yeah, I thought about the Holocaust. I don't know how I kept my mind like thinking. I don't know how. So I just.
Were you on the floor? You said you covered yourself with people who had died. Were you sitting on the floor? Were you lying on the floor? Were you still standing? It sounds like there were so many people in there. Could you sit down?
No, everybody was like dead, with the bodies on the floor, not sitting. I was like covered with the people. I was like that, like with the dead people, and on the top of them, and without move, because if I move, I know that probably they're gonna catch me.
At that point, did you know if there was anybody else like you who was still alive in that bunker?
Yeah, because I felt some bodies moving. I felt, but with me just came out more 6 persons. Just that.
6 people came out finally.
Yeah. Just that. I don't know how. After I came out from the bunker, I just watched myself, just touched myself, and said, "How am I alive? It's a miracle. We were partying. We are just partying, and the life. The young people just living. A lot of people from all the world. Doesn't matter their religion. Doesn't matter from where you are. This is about life. What they are doing, they doesn't ask where you are, from where you are, which is your religion. So it doesn't matter. They just want to kill. So now we are talking about life and death. And it's not about land, it's not about religion, it's about death and life. They are terrorists. They are not humans, they are animals. They are not humans.
I understand you have shrapnel wounds in your back.
Yeah.
What do you do now? How do you go on? What surviving this? What happens now?
You know, when I came out and I saw myself, and I saw one of my friends came out also. One of them not, Hanani. Then he's a hero. I have to say that he's a hero. I saw him going to the front of the bunker to try to protect everybody. He's my friend. He was there and he's dead. And about your question, I am a miracle. I know that. I am a miracle. I'm a survivor. And I have to be glad. I have to be, happy about of my life. I'm really, really sad about everything that's going on. Everything. I just want the peace. Just that. So if I am here, I can try to send this love for everybody. This is my mission here.
Raphael Zimmerman, thank you for talking to us. It's unimaginable what you experienced. It is unthinkable. And I'm sorry. More ahead, new developments from the White House, as well as more on President Biden's uncompromising message to Hamas and the commitment he made to Israel's defense. And later, my conversation with a woman we spoke to the other day. Her name is Ricarda Loke. Her daughter, Shani, is one of the hostages and at first was believed to be dead. Tonight, her mother believes it's possible she may still be alive. Details on that ahead.
Welcome to Stormy Heights, where the windows are always Pella. Pella's fiberglass is the strongest material for windows and patio doors. The fiberglass frame is even scratch and dent resistant. Pella Windows.
Save on replacement windows by Pella now.
This house is a Generac house. And you're just the person to keep it running. Because a proud homeowner has a protective instinct. And frankly, the brains to know the grid is going to let you down sometimes. That's why when the rest of the block is lighting candles and looking for flashlights, you're ready to rock and roll. It's not just a generator, it's power move. Request a free quote today.
For everyone who's endured the bad seat, finally, sweet redemption. The Lexus TX. Three-row luxury that treats every seat like the best seat.
Happiness is different things to different people. That's what happiness is.
Etsy has home, style, gifts. Etsy has it.
Does someone who threatens Putin's power ever die unintentionally in Russia?
I don't think so. He just leaves all this carnage in his wake.
Do you think he cares about that?
No, he doesn't.
The Source with Caitlin Collins, tonight at 9.
The Whole Story with Anderson Cooper is appointment viewing on Sunday nights. One whole story, one whole hour. The world's best journalists dig deeper into the stories they can't ignore. The Whole Story with Anderson Cooper, Sunday at 8 on CNN.
Just a short time ago, National Security Council spokesman John Kirby told CNN's Wolf Blitzer that the White House is having active conversations with Israeli officials about recovering Americans now being held by Hamas. Earlier today, as we showed you at the top of the program, President Biden threw his full-throated support behind Israel, pledging to, quote, make sure Israel has what it needs to take care of its citizens, defend itself, and respond to this attack. CNN's Kayla Tausche is at the White House for us tonight. So a very strong statement of support from Israel. A lot of Israelis I spoke to were even surprised by the firmness of the resolve. What more can you tell us about the tone the White House is taking on this war?
Anderson, the White House has taken on a forceful condemnation of terrorism and anti-Semitism, starting at the very top with President Biden, and essentially providing the most vocal support possible for Israel's right to defend itself, full bore against Hamas terrorists, in the words of National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan, even with the risk that that means civilian casualties could rise. The White House is also pulling out all of the stops when it comes to providing new assistance to Israel in more tangible ways, suggesting that there's going to be an urgent request made to Congress upon its return, and also the White House announcing that it's going to be re-upping ammunition and interceptors for Israel's Iron Dome, which Prime Minister Netanyahu personally requested in his phone calls with President Biden. And while there is existing funding remaining in existing aid packages, Anderson, the White House has made it very clear that they're going to be going back and asking for more.
The administration said that they believe there are at least 20 Americans unaccounted for missing. Do we know how many Americans at this stage the U.S. believes were taken hostage, and the administration's plan to try to aid Israel in doing something about that?
There's no clear number at this point, Anderson, on exactly how many hostages they believe Hamas has taken into custody. Jake Sullivan told CNN's MJ Lee earlier today that 20 or more Americans are missing, but that it is still the administration's hope that they are simply going to be located in a different place and that they have not been necessarily kidnapped. That being said, President Biden said that he has deployed hostage recovery experts. He has offered to share intelligence with Israel to get some of these people home. And I'm told this evening that the State Department has already been in touch with families of some of these individuals to make sure that their well-being and whereabouts are, if not known at this moment, known very soon.
Kayla Tausche, thank you very much. More on how difficult it will be if and when Israeli troops go into Gaza on the ground, how treacherous any attempt to locate and rescue hostages may be. CNN's Ben Wiedemann has done extensive reporting from Gaza over the decades and knows the area very well. Ben joins us now from Jerusalem. So Ben, let's talk about, we're talking about a population of more than 2 million people, a very small area with a tunnel system that is very extensive.
Yes, the tunnel system is extensive, and it's obviously for the exclusive use of Hamas, and most Gazans actually don't know where the tunnels are located. Oftentimes, after Israeli incursions, for instance, several years ago, I was in Gaza after one of these flare-ups between Gaza and Israel. You could tell from cracks in the middle of the road where there was probably a tunnel underneath. Now, where would these captives be held? Probably in areas which are densely populated, like refugee camps, and areas where there are lots of civilians, sort of to provide cover and deter the Israelis from really just going in with a large force. So the tunnels, the density of the population are going to pose huge challenges, in addition to the fact that, keep in mind that according to the CIA, 40% of the population of Gaza is under the age of 15. So the danger that will come with an Israeli ground incursion, and probably a very large one this time around, to the population and to people who are just simply too young to either be involved in any way in this conflict, is massive, Anderson.
Let's talk about the challenges of finding some of these hostages, or any of these hostages, during an aerial bombardment.
Yeah, that's going to be very difficult in an active war zone to actually be looking for people. And let's not forget, in addition to Hamas in Gaza, there are lots of other factions: Islamic Jihad, the Popular Front for the Liberation of Palestine, the Democratic Front for the Liberation of Palestine, and many others heavily armed throughout the Gaza Strip. These people are members of the community, and every neighborhood has several members of these armed militias who are ready and waiting for the Israelis to come in. So finding these people is going to be difficult, and the intelligence necessary to find them is going to be difficult as well, keeping in mind that what we've seen from Saturday is that Israeli intelligence isn't quite what many people thought, despite the fact that when you're in Gaza, the sound you hear 24 hours a day is drones overhead. All around the perimeter of Gaza, there are balloons with surveillance cameras. There are cameras all around the walls around and fences around Gaza, in addition to the fact that there are many collaborators for Israel inside Gaza. Despite that, the intelligence system failed. And keep in mind that in 2006, Gaza militants captured Gilad Shalit, who was a soldier with the Israeli army, and he was held for several years, I think until 2009, when he was released in an exchange of prisoners. But the Israelis were never able to get him out, and it's going to be even more difficult trying to get out more perhaps than 100 hostages who will be probably deployed all around the Gaza Strip, which I think, as I've pointed out before, is twice the size of Washington, D.C. Anderson?
Yeah, and children among them, little children. Ben Wiedemann, thank you for reaction to all of this, as well as President Biden's comments today. We're joined by Michael Oren, the former Israeli ambassador to the United States. Ambassador Oren, thanks for being with us. We heard from President Biden today. He refrained from asking Israel to hold back in any way militarily. Oftentimes in statements in the past, there have been condemnation of activities by Hamas, but also calls for restraint. There wasn't a call for restraint. He did talk about operating by the rules of war, but I'm wondering what you made of what the president said.
Well, if one can hear a green light, Anderson, we've heard a green light tonight. Listen, I've been involved in U.S.-Israel relationship for many decades, both as a historian and as a practitioner. I've never heard a speech like that. It was the most pro-Israel speech I'd ever heard. It was deeply impassioned. It was unequivocal in its support of Israel, in its condemnation of Hamas, of terror, of anti-Semitism worldwide, and it was very specific. It came true that also surprised me. The president went further than I expected to go. Even the best estimates of what that speech could be, he was very specific by saying that the forces, the naval forces that have been moved toward the coast of Lebanon and into the Gulf of Hormuz, in the Persian Gulf, were not just there to observe, they were there to deter in a very active way. Though he said there'd be no boots on the ground, that does not preclude other types of military activity, and he was very clear about sending a warning both to Hezbollah and to its masters in Tehran. You don't get involved in this, while the president was giving a very bright green light to Israel to move forward. Maybe the only caveat was what you mentioned, Anderson, with him saying, we in our armed forces in the United States and Israeli defense forces operate according to law. And he sort of juxtaposed this with Hamas, which is a terrorist organization. But I think you probably read through the lines is that I think in that was an expectation that the Israeli forces moving forward would hew as closely as possible to international law.
Jake Sullivan made reference to ongoing discussions about civilians in Gaza and the possibility of some sort of, border crossing that perhaps they could use to get out of Gaza from to avoid, to avoid getting hurt in any kind of offensive that's taking place. That's obviously something that Egypt has been very resistant to in past years. Short of Egypt opening up their border, is there any place for residents in Gaza City who want to get out can?
Well, not really on the Israeli side. It's not easy. The obvious place for refuge for these Palestinians would be in El Arish, south of Gaza in the Sinai Peninsula under Egyptian sovereignty. Again, the Egyptians have always been resistant to that. This is going back a long time. There's been long time plans to try to resettle some of the Palestinian refugees in Al Arish. But that would be the only sort of exit for them. On the Israeli side, it's populated, as we discovered much to our horror, and as Hamas knew in crossing the border and massacring Israeli civilians. So that would be a non-starter. I think that probably those discussions also are touching on the question of humanitarian disasters. So Israel has effected a total blockade on Gaza. Now, it's long been misunderstood. I should say, put my cards on the table, Anderson. I was in charge of that blockade for the Israeli government for about a year. I wouldn't wish this on anybody, but it was purely a military blockade. It was blockading armaments, or what they call dual-use items, things that could be used as armaments. It could be a 2x4, which could be used to building a tunnel, for example. But it never in any way cut out electricity. It didn't cut out food or medicines. In fact, if there were any restrictions on the food and medicines going into Gaza, it was Hamas that did that. because Hamas liked keeping a certain level of humanitarian disaster in suffering in Gaza to keep the population dependent on Hamas and keep the population angry. But there was a terminus through which Israel had the capacity of handling about 1,200 huge trucks of food and medicine every day. Hamas would let in about 400. And that was very frustrating for us, but Israel also worked to improve the electricity, the water supply in Gaza, thinking erroneously this would somehow incentivize Hamas to focus on running the Gaza Strip and not killing us. It was a misconception. But having said that, now Israel's cut off electricity. It's cut off a lot of the food going in, and that's going to create a very dire situation in a very short period within Gaza. I don't think that Israel wants to see Gazans starve, but we're going to have to figure out a way, perhaps with international organizations like the Red Cross, where essential foodstuffs can be brought into the Strip.
Ambassador Michael Oren, thank you.
Thank you.
Well, coming up ahead, this is one of the many people now missing after attending the music festival the Hamas gunman attacked Saturday. The mother of Shani Lok will join us next. We spoke with her on Sunday. Tonight, she believes she may have some word that it's possible her daughter could be alive.
These are the faces. Face the reality.
You want to bring it every single night.
Face the opponent.
Put a hand in his face.
And become the face of the game.
Game faces are on.
Does someone who threatens Putin's power ever die unintentionally in Russia?
I don't think so. He just leaves all this carnage in his wake.
Do you think he cares about that?
No, he doesn't.
Who is responsible for that image?
I take responsibilities for anything that happens in this city.
How dependent is the government on Elon Musk?
The answer to your question is, we are very, very beholden to Elon Musk.
The Source with Caitlin Collins. Next.
Stop! I'm a good zombie.
This October, spirits come home to rest all month long.
This place is really haunted. What a weird mystery.
With Hollow Stream on Disney Plus.
We're gonna scare you. Boom.
Home is where the hunt is.
It's time.
Those may look like handprints on your Blair sweater, but you just see happiness. Blair clothing is meant to be lived in. It fits your life. Wet paws, unconditional love. A little mulch, a day well spent. Blair also fits you. Easy to wear with flattering styles. Easy to love with comfy fits. And easy to buy with great prices. The Blair Fit, clothing that fits your life, body, and budget. Get $10 off and free shipping at Blair.com with promo code Blair23.
I'm Priscilla Alvarez at the White House, and this is CNN.
The incoming rockets we have witnessed today are just one reminder of the war that began on Saturday here. We've also obtained new video from the Israeli Defense Forces showing how Hamas attackers got into one kibbutz on Saturday. Now, like many of the videos circulating from that day, it's disturbing, there's no doubt about it, but the reason we're showing it to you is because it shows a level of planning and potential knowledge of how to infiltrate this particular kibbutz that it's striking. According to the IDF, the video begins outside the main gate of one of the kibbutzes that was attacked on Saturday. You can see two Hamas gunmen in camouflage holding rifles at the top left of the screen. Now, one of the gunmen eventually crosses to the other side of the road. You can see him standing next to what looks like a guardhouse or a security station. Both then wait for someone to arrive and open the gate. A few seconds pass. Eventually, a civilian car arrives. As the gate then opens, the two gunmen rush from either side of the car, begin firing into it. We have cut that part out, murdering the people inside. Moments later, the gate is now open. The two gunmen are then able to enter. The car, with the apparently lifeless body of the driver, rolls forward. One of the gunmen then appears to try to knock or tip down the camera filming the scene. The car keeps rolling forward. You then see one of the gunmen walking calmly into the kibbutz. Now, according to Israeli authorities, more than 100 bodies have been found at this particular kibbutz. That's how bad this slaughter was. I'm joined now by the international spokesperson for the Israeli Defense Forces, Lieutenant Colonel Jonathan Conriquez. Lieutenant Colonel, what is your assessment when you see a video like this of the level of training and experience of some of these Hamas fighters who took part early on in this terror attack?
First of all, it hurts. It hurts to see that they were able to get into an Israeli community, and you cut out the really gory details of how they fire into the vehicle, and what the viewers can't see, or maybe they've seen in other clips, is the results of these activities. The whole attack, what we're seeing is the one of the last stages of a very meticulously planned and executed attack. This was what they were aiming for. This was the whole aim of the operation, to get into Israeli communities, murder Israeli civilians, take hostages, and get out. And that is unfortunately, sadly, exactly what they did. And today the world, through the international media, was able to get a first access and see the carnage that they left behind, the dead bodies of Israelis, women, children, parents, grandparents, in the kibbutz, and it's beyond words. The monstrosity is beyond words. It's something an Israeli general who was there showing it to the journalist said that the only thing that he could reference it to would be scenes of a pogrom or something else from the Second World War or the Holocaust. There's no other historic reference for a Jew to look at the scene like this and understand what we're seeing.
Yeah, it's really only in the last, today, and I think no doubt in the coming days, the true horror of what occurred on many of these kibbutz agrarian communities is really coming to the fore. I mean, we saw, what you're talking about is Kfar Aza. There's also near and other kibbutz communities of, these are peaceful communities of 300, 400 people that had been there for decades and decades. These aren't new settlements that have popped up in East Jerusalem that may be controversial, that are controversial. And yet, the level of brutality of the terror attacks in these kibbutzes, I mean, it's really now just starting to be revealed.
Yeah, if we want to take it to the political, these kibbutzim were there. They were founded before 1948. And many of the people who live there, I know, because I have friends there, are people who believe in the two-state solution, who had friends in Gaza, and who really believe that a long-lasting peace could be achieved with Gaza and Palestinians. I've had discussions with people in the kibbutzim, friends of mine, who believe in that. And then they wake up to hear gunshots in their kibbutz, and they fight for their lives, barricading themselves inside their bomb shelters, only to have their houses torched, for them to flee out of the burning house, and then massacred on the lawn in front of their house. And today we saw the bodies that were left outside of the houses in the kibbutz, and it is appalling. So there's no, for anybody who is seeking to justify and explain, on an academic level, why would Hamas attack these targets, there's nothing to it. This is pure, unfiltered hatred, fueled by crazy religious extremism and some crazy idea that by killing Israeli civilians, they can somehow beat Israel and create some Sharia-based political entity in the wake of what they will destroy. All of these are, of course, dreams that never ever will come true, but it just goes to show the kind of organization and the kind of beasts that we have on the other side of that border, their line of thinking. And again, this wasn't, some local initiative and an operation that went astray, or people, operatives on the ground who got carried away with themselves. This was the plan. The Hamas spokesperson, a day and a half after the attack happened, he said, the attack went according to plan and we are happy with the consequences. So that is what we're looking at. Those are the consequences.
Now, Lieutenant Colonel Jonathan Conriquez, thank you. I want to catch you up now on another, or actually I should say the mother that we introduced you to several nights ago. She was desperate for word of her missing daughter, and she still is desperate for any information. She feels she may have a ray of some hope tonight. Her daughter is Shani Loke. She was at that music festival where a man I spoke to earlier made it out alive, but at least 260 people were slaughtered at that festival. Many were taken hostage as well. You probably have seen or heard about the video of Shani Loke that we're going to show you that emerged shortly after the attacks. We have blurred it out. It is just horrific to look at. Unblurred. It's bad enough blurred. The video shows her seemingly unconscious in the back of a truck being displayed like some slaughtered trophy by these thugs sitting on her. One gunman's leg draped over her waist. People are spitting on her. The crowds are chanting, "God is great." Another holds a clump of her dreadlocks. The crowd, as I say, cheering, spitting. It is sickening, but it happened, and it's real. I spoke to her mother, Ricarda Loke, just before air.
Ricarda, thank you so much for talking to us. The last time I spoke with you, you had seen your daughter Shani in the back of that truck being driven through the streets, people celebrating, chanting. It was horrible. What have you learned about Shani?
Yeah, we heard information that she is alive and that she has a bad head injury and is in a hospital. That's all we know, and that gave us hope. I mean, after the video you saw it, it's impossible to see if she's alive or dead. It was very scary, and we were very worried, but now it gave us a little bit hope that she's at least in a hospital, even if it's in a bad condition, but it's better, and that's why we hope we can free her and get her out of there. That's what we're trying to do.
How much confidence do you have in the information you've received? Can you say where you got this information from?
I can't really reveal exactly where it comes from. I don't want to endanger anyone, but it came from a reliable source through our friends. So that's all I can say to this for now.
I know last time we spoke also you had said that you had evidence that her credit card, somebody had tried to use her credit card repeatedly. I believe it was later on Saturday. Has that given you any indication about perhaps where she may be?
I mean, we noticed when they used her credit card, tried to use it, it was in Kfar Jabalia, something in a shop, and it was near a hospital, but we don't know really if this is the hospital. There are few hospitals in Gaza, and the second time it was an Uber, so it also didn't give us much more information. Yeah.
But you believe she may be in a hospital in Gaza?
Yes, we believe so.
And have you heard anything from German or Israeli authorities about your daughter? Or have you been in communication with German or Israeli authorities?
Yeah, I'm in connection with them, but there's nothing new, and we try to put a little bit more pressure on by... We sent a lot of media and videos for me again today, and especially to Germany, to get the attention of Germany and intervene and free our daughter. I know there is some discussions between Israel and Germany that they say whose responsibility is to free her because she has a dual citizenship, and we feel like she's falling in between, because the last message we got from Germany that okay, Israel is that they will take care of the Israeli citizens, so good luck with that. And that was the last message I got from the officials in the German government, which is a little bit disappointing now. because Israelis are currently not really in a good position to negotiate. As you know, I mean, we're in the middle of the attacks, it's back and forth, and nobody is talking about negotiations at the moment. That's why we really plead to the German government to help us now before it's too late. I mean, she's in the middle of a war zone now in a hospital. There are many bombs around them, and sometimes no electricity, sometimes no water. So we don't know how long this can take, and we don't know really who to talk to.
If she is in a hospital or and she is alive, what would you want anybody around her to know?
I mean, to keep her safe, to keep her alive, to treat her as a human being, and just to keep her well until she can return to home. That's all. Just be human to a sick person that is injured.
Ricardo Loke, thank you for your time. We'll continue to be in touch. And again, I'm so sorry for what you're going through.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Our mother still has hope. Coming up next, a woman searching for information on her cousin and her cousin's two young children, just 3 years old and 9 months old. She has seen video of them being abducted from their kibbutz. Other family members are also now missing. We're going to talk to her ahead.
Does someone who threatens Putin's power ever die unintentionally in Russia?
I don't think so. He just leaves all this carnage in his wake.
You think he cares about that?
No, he doesn't.
The Source with Caitlin Collins, tonight at 9.
Custom Ink helps us motivate our students with custom gear. We love how Custom Ink takes care of everything we need so we can focus on the kids.
Custom Ink has hundreds of products to help you feel connected. Upload your logo or start your design today at customink.com.
I have a structured settlement and I need cash now. Call J.G. Wentworth, 877 cash now. I have an annuity, but I need cash now. Call J.G. Wentworth, 877 cash now.
It's your money. Use it when you need it.
Call J.G. Wentworth, 877 cash now.
Yo, you need some help? Don't worry about me. Yo, there's no shame.
No shame. You don't know my family, man.
It's okay to ask for help. Find a licensed therapist at BetterHelp.com.
Join Poppy and Phil on CNN This Morning, tomorrow at 6 Eastern.
Well, early Saturday morning, very close to the Gaza border, a kibbutz, a farm community home to some 300 to 400 Israelis called Nir Oz, was attacked by Hamas. The video shows gunmen here racing toward it. You can also see smoke rising in the distance from the kibbutz. It's still not clear how many people living in Nir Oz were killed, or wounded, or kidnapped, but a cameraman from Gaza uploaded a video he made of the kidnapping of a woman named Shiri Bibas and her two little boys, 3-year-old Ariel and a 9-month-old Kafir. Take a look.
عنا مش عنده ما حدا حيسيبها عشان تعرف الإنسانية عنا أيوة اسكروها وخلوها لما تاخدوها حية اعرفوا خلوها نعم
Well, earlier today I met with Shiri's cousin, whose name is Ifat Zeller.
Every hour, things get clearer and more horrific. It's something that we can't really understand. A nightmare.
Ifat is searching for any information about her cousin Shiri, her kids, and the rest of her family. When did you realize something had happened?
Saturday morning around 10 o'clock. We lost connection with my cousin.
It wasn't until she saw this video Saturday that Ifat knew Shiri and her kids had likely been taken hostage.
I can see the horror in her face. I think they're
might have been in a state of shock. They were still dazing and not understanding what's going on around them. This video is horrible, but it's the only proof of life we have. Other families don't have that. It gives me something to hold on to.
Sherry lives with her husband, Yarden, and their 2 children.
Have you had any word about her husband?
Nothing. Nothing. We don't know.
Also missing is Yifat's uncle and aunt, Yossi and Margit Silberman.
My aunt has Parkinson's disease. Without her medications, her body stiffens. We're a small family, and half of them are kidnapped.
Half of your family's?
Yeah. This is it. I can't believe this is happening. I can't believe this is our lives now.
Yifat has children of her own, but can't stop thinking about Sherry's kids, Ariel and Kafir.
I want to know that they're being fed, if their diaper was changed, if Kafir got his formula, his bottle, something to eat.
They need formula, they need everything.
We need a sign of life.
I'm so sorry.
It's the only thing that helps me be sane right now is sitting here with you and showing their faces and telling their story. I want my family back. I want my family back. I'm trying to be strong and stoic and speak clearly, but I'm devastated. I'm devastated. I don't know what else to do. We need institutions from the world. We need someone to take care of those captive people, civilians. I've been lost of words, really. Every hour, every day, it's getting worse. We know that the first days are the most important.
Take your time.
I want my family, if there any chance they're watching this, I want them to know that we love them and we're doing everything we can to get them. I want them to be strong, and then we are strong. We want this to end in the best way possible.
Well, hours after we did that interview, Yifat sent us this picture that they just found online. It shows Sherry's, her cousin Sherry's husband, Yarden, with blood on his head and his hands, seemingly in captivity. This photo that they've seen now is the first proof of life the family has gotten in more than 3 days since he went missing, but they don't know his whereabouts right now. CNN's coverage from Israel continues.
This is The Source. I'm Caitlin Collins. Tonight, Americans are among those who have been taken hostage by Hamas, a disturbing development that was confirmed by President Biden today, who was about as angry as I have ever seen him since taking office, in a speech where he condemned the slaughter of at least 1,200 people in Israel, a death toll that was just updated moments ago. President Biden denouncing the attack by Hamas as, quote, sickening, evil, saying terrorists butchered innocent people, and compared the rampage to the worst of ISIS. As he condemned the terrorism in Israel, he also defended Israel's absolute right, as he put it, to defend itself.
This is an act of sheer evil. This is terrorism. It must be crystal clear. We stand with Israel. Israel has the right to respond, indeed has a duty to respond to these vicious attacks. I just got off the phone with a third call with Prime Minister Netanyahu, and I told him the United States experience and Israel experiencing, our response will be swift, decisive, and overwhelming.
The president did not urge Israel to have any restraint in those remarks. He also pledged ongoing support from the U.S. I should note that after that, the first plane that was carrying U.S. ammunition actually landed in Israel tonight. Secretary of State Antony Blinken will be flying there tomorrow. Right now, we know that 20 Americans are unaccounted for tonight, but officials say it's unclear how many exactly are being held hostage. The families of at least 4 missing Americans are pleading for help today in Israel. They say that they're frustrated with the lack of information or even contact from officials both in the United States and in Israel. We'll speak to a family member of one of those victims tonight, one of those who is missing tonight, I should say. But first, Israel is not letting up when you look at what is happening on the ground. The IDF striking more than 100 Hamas targets again in Gaza today. Entire neighborhoods have been reduced to rubble. At least 900 people have been killed in the counteroffensive so far. Hamas is also firing hundreds of rockets towards the southern Israeli city of Ashkelon earlier today. Many of them were intercepted by Israel's Iron Dome missile defense system. That is a system that the U.S. is promising to help keep funding tonight. And it's important to keep reminding the world of the horrors and the savagery of these attacks by Hamas. My colleague Nick Robertson spoke to an Israeli general about what he saw after arriving at a kibbutz in southern Israel that had been terrorized by Hamas.
They run out with their children and they kill them. They kill babies in the front of their parents and then kill the parents. They kill parents and we found babies between the dogs and the family that killed before him. They cut head of the people. I heard during my childhood about the pogrom in Europe and the Holocaust, of course. All my family came from Europe and they are survivors, etc., etc. I never think that I would see in my eyes picture and things like this.
I want to get straight to Anderson Cooper, who is live in Ashdod, Israel tonight. Anderson, obviously, unfortunately, what is really coming into clearer view today is just the size and the scope of the atrocities that have been committed. I mean, just even more clearer view, I guess, than Saturday, I should say. U.S. officials, that we've been speaking with are openly getting choked up while talking about it. What have you been seeing on the ground?
Yeah, look, the early indication was 260 people or more killed, slaughtered at that music festival. That was a sign of things to come. That was a horrific loss of life at one single event with thousands of people who had been gathered, killed in just horrific, very personal, face-to-face, awful ways. A grenade being tossed into a bomb shelter, people being stabbed, all sorts of slaughter. But what we're also now seeing at Kfir Azaz, that kibbutz, also near Oz, another kibbutz. All these kibbutzes, which are very close to the border, they were among the first places attacked as Hamas breached the border at multiple locations. And I mean, frankly, the savagery that we have seen taking place in those from survivors' accounts and evidence on the ground, as you just heard from that general. It really is coming now into focus. You have very personal killing of families, of people with their hands tied behind their backs. In many of these kibbutz, in all these kibbutz, they're right in the border. They're used to rockets. They're used to kind of the threat. They all have safe rooms in their houses. Many people would tried to escape to the safe room, but it happened so fast. It was so early in the morning they were caught unaware. There's one account of at the kibbutz where Nick was, of a family which put their 2 children in a cupboard, and then the family was slaughtered. The children survived in the cupboard. They were rescued hours later when neighbors heard them screaming, were able to finally get to them. So, again, these stories are really now just emerging today, and it speaks to the brutality that people here experienced, and it's really, I mean, it's hard to imagine, and yet you hear the same thing over and over and over again from people at different locations.
Yeah, I mean, you hear them talk about these safe houses, which are supposed to protect them from those incoming rockets, which are unfortunately part of everyday life, not terrorists coming into their communities. I mean, given that, though, it just makes the stories of those who were able to survive almost unbelievable. And I know you spoke with a man who had escaped from the Nova Music Festival. He was crammed into a bunker with 50 other people. And what I couldn't get over when I was listening to you talk to him earlier is how he said he pictured Jews who were killed in the Holocaust while he was inside that bunker.
Yeah, this is a man, his first name is Raphael. He was at that music festival. He said he ended up in this a shelter, a small bomb shelter, essentially, used to protect against rockets. It ended up with about, he said, 40 to 50 people crammed inside. And then the terrorists came and they tossed some sort of device inside. He said that the room filled up with smoke. He said gas. People were suffocating. He said, listen to some of what he told me.
I just protected myself, and after hours of that, I just covered myself with dead people, a lot of dead people. So I stayed for there inside like for hours, like just waiting for die, you know. I just wanted to die in peace because I suffered so much, the gas. I just, inside, in the middle of the gas, I just remembered, I don't know how it was, but now I know how it was. I just started to think how it was in the Holocaust with the Jews. Like, in 30 seconds, you are dead. And you don't have option. You cannot breathe. You cannot... It's crazy. I passed it for the hell. I don't know how I'm alive. Everybody was like dead, with the bodies on the floor, not sitting. I was like covered with the people. I was like that. Like, with the dead people, and on the top of them, and without move, because if I move, I know that probably they're gonna catch me.
He said that 6 people got out of that bomb shelter. He has shrapnel wounds in his back, and yeah, it's incomprehensible. Caitlin, back to you.
It's just hard to even hear him. Someone so young, and just as he was saying at this music festival, talk about how that ended for him and so many others. Anderson, thank you. Meanwhile, President Biden confirming in a raw and angry speech today that 14 Americans have been killed in this attack. His national security advisor says that 20 more are still missing tonight. The White House has been reaching out to those families of those who are unaccounted for, as intelligence agencies are also working with their Israeli counterparts to try to locate them.
I directed my team to share intelligence and deploy additional experts from across the United States government to consult with and advise Israeli counterparts on hostage recovery efforts. Because as president, I have no higher priority than the safety of Americans being held hostage around the world.
One of those Americans who is missing tonight is Adrienne Mehta. She is a 66-year-old who was born and raised in Fresno, California. She moved to Israel in 1981 and now lives in Be'eri in southern Israel near the Gaza Strip. Her son Nahar Netta is joining me now. I was at that press conference earlier. Thank you for being here on such a painful subject. Have you heard any update on your mom tonight?
No, the last update that we had with my mom is when the call got disconnected with her, is when my siblings and her, when the terrorists barged into her home. That was Saturday morning around 9:45 a.m.
So you and your siblings, you had been on the phone with her as Hamas was in the community and then entered her home. I mean, what did you hear? What did you and your siblings hear on the other end of that call?
So initially, it was just bombardment, a lot of bombs, a lot of noises. And then my mom started to report that she's hearing a lot of shouting in Arabic outside of her home, along with a lot of shooting. At this point, we urged my mom to go into the safe room that she has in her house, which she did, and we stayed on the line. Eventually, we heard the terrorists attack the house and barge into the safe room. There was a lot of screaming and shouting in Arabic, and no shooting though. and that's where the call got disconnected. And that's the last that we heard from my mom or any other information regarding her whereabouts.
I heard you say earlier that she has 7 grandkids. I bet she's a great grandmother. I know you said she's a nurse as well. What else can you tell me about what your mom is like?
Yeah, very special person, very people loving, devoted their life to taking care of other people. As a nurse, first in communities around the area and later on at the regional hospital in Beersheba. A happy woman, very active, very sporty. Retired about a year ago and really devoted her life to the grandkids and being very involved in their lives. In addition, she was volunteering at a small farm that takes care of youth that kind of got rejected from all other educational systems and was very much involved with those kids as well. Came from California in the early 80s, started a family rooted in Israel and in the kibbutz where we lived.
What made her move to Israel? I know you said you grew up in that kibbutz. What made your mom move there?
Yeah, so my mom just followed my dad. He's from over there, and they met in the U.S. and she fell in love with him and with the idea of the country of Israel, and she came, joined him, and started our family in the kibbutz.
What kind of, to hear about the atrocities that have happened in these communities where everyone, I know it's not just a typical neighborhood where you kind of know your neighbors and say, hey, I mean, they all work together for the good of the community. I mean, did you ever think that something like this could happen where your mom lives?
No, not in my worst dreams. I mean, it hasn't been a calm part of the country for a while now, but usually it's about bombardment and missiles coming from the Gaza Strip, and the community learned to deal with that part. You go to a safe room, you close up, and you're safe. As terrible as that may sound, we got used to that, and we learned how to flourish and how to thrive in this environment. But this ferocious and murderous attacks by Hamas terrorists, killing women, children, and elderly in their beds in our kibbutz and in our community, we did not expect that, and yeah, it's not something that you can imagine in your worst dreams.
Nahar, you said something today that stunned me, which is that you have heard and had zero communication with the Israeli government about your mom. It has now been over 3 days. Is that still the case tonight, that you've heard nothing from them?
Yeah, I'm afraid to say that with the Israeli government that is still the case. We did submit all the information to the missing persons department, the people who are taking care of it, but we have not received any information back to date. We are in touch with the American Embassy in Tel Aviv, who have reached out. I've not provided any information, but they have reached out, along with the State Department that reached out to let us know that they're aware of the situation and are following it closely, but still did not provide any information regarding the whereabouts of my mother.
Well, we know Secretary Blinken will be there in the coming days. Hopefully you will get a meeting with him as well, Nahar. I mean, we are thinking of all of you, and of course your mother tonight. Thank you for coming on to share about her tonight.
Thank you very much.
On the ground in Israel as a response to this attack, and what we've seen the Prime Minister pledging, tens of thousands of Israeli forces are on the move. More than 300,000 reservists have been called up. Israel says it is preparing for the next phase in this war. We'll be back on the ground in just a moment with Anderson Cooper for an update.
Are you sick of UTIs? I had 8 in 1 year. This inspired my husband and I to start Eucora. Eucora makes proactive urinary tract supplements.
If you get UTIs, try Eucora. Eucora saved my life.
Try today at eucora.com.
Lose weight fast with Nutrisystem's Partner Plan. Together, lose up to 18 pounds in the first 2 weeks. The Partner Plan is a great value. Partners save 15% more money versus an individual plan. Plus, lose up to 20% more weight than doing it on your own.
Together, we lost 85 pounds with Nutrisystem.
Get food for 2 people shipped free every 2 weeks. Save 15% more money and lose up to 20% more weight than doing it on your own. Call or go online to get started right now.
How white do you think your teeth really are? Let's try the tissue test. Oof, still yellow. Whitening toothpaste can only do so much.
There's toothpaste white and there's Crest 3D White Strips white. They whiten like a $400 professional treatment.
So much whiter. Crest.
Oh no! You hate coming home to a dark house, and you're uptight about noises outside in the night. Outdoor lighting systems cost a fortune, and leaving lights on all night drives utility bills out of sight. You need the Bell & Howell Bionic Spotlight, the outdoor motion sensor light that is motion activated, so it automatically turns on the instant motion is detected and turns off when the motion stops. Bionic Spotlight is solar powered, so there's no expensive wiring or batteries to change. Simply place it where the solar panel can soak up the sun, and you're done. The panel collects the sun's energy to charge all day, so it has the power to provide light when and where you need it all night. Bionic Spotlight looks just like a professional security camera that is actually a high-tech security light with smart motion sensing technology. Look, the instant the motion sensor detects the movement, Bionic Spotlight triggers 8 high-intensity LED lights that shower the entire area with light, covering over 600 square feet. The light stays on for as long as the motion continues, and then shuts off 30 seconds after it stops. So there's no more arriving home to a dark house. Illuminate walkways and stairwells for visitors and guests. Light up your garden at night or the yard for your kids and pets. Add Bionic Spotlight to your sports court and to help secure outbuildings and storage sheds. So you can spend hundreds of dollars on an outdoor lighting system, or you can save hundreds of dollars and get the motion-activated Bionic Spotlight for just $19.95 with free shipping. Bionic lights are weather-resistant year-round and backed by our Bell & Howell 5-year replacement warranty. But wait, if you order right now, you get a second Bionic Spotlight for 50% off, and the shipping is still free. That's right, get a second unit for half the price when you order now with free shipping. And when you call, ask about the contractor's discount on the complete 6-light home value set. Bionic Spotlight is all you need, and it's guaranteed. Here's how to order.
To order, call 1-800-696-4510. That's 1-800-696-4510, or go online to bionicspotlight.com. So call 1-800-696-4510, or go to bionicspotlight.com.
If you have Medicare and Medicaid, United Healthcare's Dual Complete plans come with the U-Card, the simple member card to use for your plan benefits.
Like, what kind of benefits?
We're talking credit every month to pay for healthy food, utilities, and over-the-counter items too.
All that with just one card?
Yep, only United Healthcare gives you the U-Card and much more.
I'll take more.
Get more of what matters at no extra cost to you with a Dual Complete plan, only from United Healthcare.
And welcome back. We are in Ashdod, Israel tonight, about 19 or 20 miles or so from the border with Gaza, which is in that direction. And even from this distance, you can feel the impact of artillery shells landing inside Gaza. We have seen a barrage of rockets coming out of Gaza today as well, in areas around Ashkelon and elsewhere. But even from this distance, all throughout, there's this steady, just pounding, booming. You can actually feel it from 20 miles away. Seeing as Matthew Chance is on the ground now for us in Tel Aviv. Matthew, let's talk about the next phase of what we may see here. Obviously, the IDF is not telegraphing what their intentions are, what their plans are. There has been a massive call-up of reservists. There have been large-scale movements of equipment, personnel as well. The big question, of course, is there going to be a ground incursion into Gaza to really affect change, to try to get hostages, to try to decapitate the leadership of Hamas or completely destroy their military capabilities? Hard to see how an operation here does not involve some level of activity on the ground.
Yeah, and actually I think that the Israeli officials have made it pretty clear that a ground offensive is on the cards, although they're not being absolutely definite about when that's going to happen. But you just look around. You see the fact that Israel has, first of all, is furious and is filled with horror and rage, as we've been reporting, but has also mobilized and called up 300,000 reservists, another 60,000 in the past 24 hours. It's deployed something like 35 battalions of its armed forces around the country in what looks like preparation for a land attack against Gaza. And so, yeah, they're not saying, look, we're definitely going to do this right now, but all the signposts indicate that a ground offensive into Gaza is the next step in this war. Perhaps they're waiting for US forces to build up off the coast of Israel. There's already a carrier fleet there. There's another one potentially on its way as well to provide some sort of support, perhaps, in case there's a regional backlash against a ground offensive. And I think that might be what they're waiting for, because other countries, Hezbollah in Lebanon, for instance, have said if there's a ground attack, they would look at striking at Israel as well. And so it's a risky strategy, but politically, for Benjamin Netanyahu and the Israeli government here, it looks like it's got a lot of support amongst the Israeli public.
Yeah, it certainly does. Matthew Chance, thank you very much. Our coverage continues from Israel tonight. For more on what's coming up in Israel's war to crush Hamas, Israeli ambassador to the U.S. is joining us next.
Now look at them arcing up. This is the defensive missile system.
The worst single day in Israel's history since 1948.
We have just had a massive barrage of rockets coming in here.
I'm so sorry.
It's okay.
I'm so guilty.
And that pain has echoed thousands of families all across this country.
For continuing coverage of the conflict here in Israel.
For muscle cramps and spasms, what's your move? The Hercules? Make the move to TheraWorks for fast muscle relief. Safe, gentle, and absorbs quickly for relief.
TheraWorks works.
Try TheraWorks and get back at it.
Hi, I'm Tony Hawk, and like many of you, I take a statin to reduce cholesterol. But statins can also deplete CoQ10 levels. That's why my doctor recommended Cunol CoQ10. Cunol has the #1 cardiologist recommended form of CoQ10. Cunol, the brand I trust.
One of my favorite supplements is Cunol Turmeric. Turmeric helps with healthy joints and inflammation support, and Cunol has the #1 doctor recommended form of turmeric. Cunol, the brand I trust.
This country has never been so divided. Are you a licorice lover or hater? We at licorice.com have 50+ gourmet flavors that you'll flip out over. Get some for yourself or a licorice lover in your life. Licorice lovers unite at licorice.com.
Pop quiz. Did you know you can lose weight with a plan that fits your budget and your goals? Introducing Quick 9 from Nutrisystem. Lose up to 9 pounds your first 2 weeks. You get delicious frozen meals delivered right to your door with convenient shipments at an affordable price and fast weight loss.
I'm saving money and I'm losing weight.
It's flexible, it's affordable, and it works. Get off to a fast start with Quick 9. Call or go online right now to get over 50% off plus free extras.
The Keepsake Frames app makes it ridiculously easy to frame your favorite photos. Just choose a photo that you love, select the perfect frame, and you'll have your framed print delivered and ready to hang. Download the free Keepsake Frames app and start framing today. Here's your parachute.
Certain it's okay? Are you 4imprint certain?
Certainty matters, so congratulate coworkers or say thank you with promotional products from 4imprint.com.
4imprint, for certain.
The Whole Story with Anderson Cooper is appointment viewing on Sunday nights. One whole story, one whole hour. The world's best journalists dig deeper into the stories they can't ignore. The Whole Story with Anderson Cooper, Sunday at 8 on CNN.
When the details take precedence, the rest falls perfectly into place. We strip away everything but the essential. And what we're left with are thoughtful bedrooms for modern living. Thuma.
Hey there, stop
changing channels. I'm out here in the woods, and you gotta see this. It's the new Patriot Power Generator 2000X, a solar generator worth its weight in gold when your power goes out, with double the capacity and expandable, so you can run your fridge even longer. It's fume-free, safe to use inside, and never needs gas, ever. Plus, you'll get this solar panel free. Go to 4patriots.com and do it now. Get your solar generator with free shipping and free panel at 4patriots.com.
BetterHelp makes therapy accessible to all for a number of different reasons. Sometimes people are looking for that relatability. They're looking for someone who looks like them.
Being able to share parts of your identity with your therapist can be really important.
Join Poppy and Phil on CNN This Morning, tomorrow at 6 Eastern.
Tonight, tension is building over just what Israel is planning to strike back at Hamas. Of course, we've already seen near constant airstrikes on Gaza, but Israel's defense minister has now ordered what he calls a, quote, complete siege of the Gaza Strip, and there are questions tonight over exactly what that means, especially after this comment earlier today from President Biden's national security advisor, Jake Sullivan.
My understanding is that is not the concept of siege is not something that in fact is going to be pursued by the Israeli government.
That comment from the White House National Security Advisor came just a short time after President Biden and Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu spoke by phone for what has been the several time in recent days. And joining me now is the Israeli ambassador to the U.S., Michael Herzog. Ambassador, thank you so much for being here tonight. You heard Jake Sullivan's comments today saying that they do not believe that Israel is pursuing a siege in Gaza, but of course the defense minister of Israel said there is going to be a complete siege, which includes cutting off power, food, water, and fuel. How do you reconcile those two statements?
So let me explain the situation. We are at war. This is the fourth day of the war. The war was waged on us, imposed on us by Hamas, and we all seen the scene and the massacre of civilians. The border right now between Israel and Gaza is closed. This is a war zone, and we are under no legal obligation to provide them with anything save for the basic humanitarian needs for their sustenance, and we comply with international law. Let's talk about facts. Talk about electricity. The 10 electricity power lines delivering electricity from Israel to Gaza were destroyed by Hamas rockets. I can go on and on. The passage between Israel and Gaza, which serves their humanitarian purposes, was destroyed by them. So they cut their own humanitarian lifeline. They have a lifeline coming from Egypt, the border with Egypt. But everything we are doing, we are applying pressure on Hamas, having waged war on Israel, but we are complying with international law.
We're told that there are 100 to 150 hostages that are being held in Gaza. Yesterday, you told Wolf Blitzer that there are not negotiations happening for their release. Is that still the case tonight, sir?
Yes, we are still in the process of forming a picture about the number of hostages, their identities, their situation, their medical situation, who is alive, who is not alive, unfortunately. And there are not only Israelis there, also Americans and others among them. We ask the international community to call on Hamas to release them unconditionally, because taking hostages is a war crime. And we are in close touch with the U.S. administration to get a better understanding of their situation. We are not talking about negotiations with Hamas. We are currently at war.
Ambassador, do you believe that some of the hostages have been killed?
We're not sure about the situation, and so I want to be careful in the way I respond to that. We're still forming our picture, trying to better understand their situation.
There are victims, families, some of those who their relatives are missing tonight still, and they say they haven't heard from the Israeli government. Is the government committed to reaching out to all of those who have family members who are missing, who they still have questions about where they are?
So first of all, we're still counting the bodies. We have over 1,000 bodies on the Israeli side. As I said, massacred by Hamas, and we haven't completed the process of identifying them, so we don't 100% know who is missing on the Gaza side of the border. We are in touch with a lot of families, and we're in the process of opening a call center where any family can call, provide information and get information from our authorities, and we're also in touch with the relevant corresponding American authorities in this respect.
Ambassador, there are obviously civilians in Gaza. You talked about what the Israel response is going to be there. Some of those who are still in Gaza tonight include Palestinian Americans, people who are visiting. One of them is a mother of 3 young children. She spoke to Jake Tapper earlier, and this is what she said.
Today, I was trying to get out from Gaza. I was going to Rafah border, and while we were going there, we tried multiple ways to get out of Gaza, going to Rafah to the south. We couldn't make it at all.
Obviously, Ambassador, you can hear what sounds like rocket fire there in the background. My question is, where are those who are either visiting Gaza or who live in Gaza, the civilians, the innocent civilians, not members of Hamas? Where are they supposed to go?
So we're in touch with the Egyptian and U.S. authorities to facilitate the exit of foreigners from Gaza, American citizens and others. And I believe we'll find a solution. I cannot relate to their freedom of movement inside Gaza because Gaza is a war zone, but we'll facilitate their exit.
Does that include the Rafah crossing?
Yes.
Because I believe it was hit today.
It's the Rafah crossing is temporarily closed, but I think there's a way of getting people out. And this is the only crossing that can get people out because the border with Israel is totally closed. There's still fighting along this border. The crossing itself was destroyed by Hamas, so the only way out is through the Egyptian border.
And Ambassador, this is important. Do you believe that Egypt is going to allow them to cross the Gazans?
I cannot speak on behalf of the Egyptian government, but I'm confident that they will allow it.
Ambassador Michael Herzog, that's some news there. Thank you very much for your time tonight.
Thank you very much.
Also, we have new video just in that shows the aftermath of the massacre at a music festival on Saturday, where at least 260 bodies have been recovered. So many families tonight are still desperate for answers on their loved ones who were at that festival and never came home. Wolf Blitzer spoke to one of their families and joins us next.
Being a journalist is the best job in the world. Asking challenging questions of the folks who run the world.
Is Ukraine going to win this war?
Yes, of course. You ready? The Lead with Jake Tapper, CNN, tomorrow at 4.
Gotta get new wiper blades at discounttire.com.
Everything okay, boys?
Book your wiper blades appointment online at discounttire.com.
Uh-oh, you heard a screech outside at night. Well, you can't see what it is because there's not enough light. You need the Bionic Floodlight from Bell & Howell. The solar-powered, motion-activated, multi-directional floodlight that showers a super span of light right where you need it. Simply stick it in the yard or mount it anywhere around your home. The onboard solar panel absorbs the sun all day to energize a flood of light at night. No wires or installation frustration. Watch. The instant motion is detected. The Bionic Floodlight triggers 108 high-intensity LED bulbs on 3 separate panels. That instantly blasts an area of over 1,000 square feet with bright, penetrating light. Then automatically shuts off after the motion stops. Each panel is fully adjustable to direct the right light to the right spot. The Bionic Floodlight is the versatile wireless, safety, security, and outdoor lifestyle light you'll love. And is from Bell & Howell. Israel, the brand name your family has trusted for over 100 years. No more arriving to a dark driveway or house at night. Place them in the ground to illuminate walkways and entryways. Add an evening accent light to your garden, or mount it to keep unwanted critters away. Adjust the panels to light your deck and your food on the grill at the same time. Add light by the hot tub or pool without dangerous electrical wires. Host a nighttime neighborhood hoops games. And enjoy the great outdoors at night, right out your back door or in the backyard. Move it anywhere for any reason, and in any weather, in any season. Best of all, it's backed by our exclusive Bell & Howell Bionic 10-year satisfaction guarantee. Get the Bionic Floodlight by Bell & Howell, and right now it's yours for just $29.95. But wait, call right now and you can get a second Bionic Floodlight for 50% off, and we'll even ship it to you free. Here's how to order.
Call 1-800-610-2379 or go to bionicfloodlight.com. So call 1-800-610-2379. That's 1-800-610-2379 or order online at bionicfloodlight.com.
The Whole Story with Anderson Cooper is appointment viewing on Sunday nights. One whole story, one whole hour. The world's best journalists dig deeper into the stories they can't ignore. The Whole Story with Anderson Cooper, Sunday at 8 on CNN.
ShipStation saves us so much time. It makes it really easy and seamless. Pick an order, print everything you need, slap the label onto the box, and it's ready to go.
Our cost for shipping were cut in half, just like that.
Go to shipstation.com/try and get 2 months free.
Do you shop for vitamins at Walmart? Force Factor products powerfully improve your health, but they're also delicious, easy to use, and affordable. That's why Force Factor is now the #1 best-selling superfoods brand in America. Unleash your potential with Force Factor at Walmart.
Those may look like handprints on your Blair sweater, but you just see happiness. Blair clothing is meant to be lived in. It fits your life. Wet paws, unconditional love. A little mulch, a day well spent. Blair also fits you. Easy to wear with flattering styles. Easy to love with comfy fits. And easy to buy with great prices. The Blair Fit, clothing that fits your life, body, and budget. Get $10 off and free shipping at Blair.com with promo code Blair23.
I'm Melanie Zanona in Washington, and this is CNN.
Of terror from the music festival in Israel where Hamas militants murdered at least 260 people. As we're getting this new video in the aftermath of the massacre, the massacre Wolf Blitzer spoke to 2 Israeli brothers who are desperate to find out if their 22-year-old brother Ori is still alive.
In a vehicle, he had picked up 2 other people along the way. This is what his brothers told Wolf.
Ori called again to our father, told him that he is surrounded by many terrorists that are shooting on them with machine guns, Kalashnikov, and hand grenades. He updated my father that he must to take an action. He must to confront them because he don't want to stay like a duck on the road. He don't want to leave the car and hide in the bushes. Speed up against them, but they shoot the car. He lost control, and as a result, the car flipped twice. And he lost his conscious, while the 2 girls in the car had minor injuries. The girls were pretended to be dead, but after 20 minutes, our brother always started to regain his conscious, but the terrorists noticed it, and in an act of pure evil, I don't have any other word to describe it, they shoot him again in a scene that's taken from the Holocaust period or something like that.
And Wolf Blitzer joins us now. Wolf, I mean, these brothers, unfortunately, as we all know and who we've spoken with, they're not alone in what they're going through. So many people have lost loved ones, are still searching for them. It's hard to think that, Wolf, you and I were just there a year ago when President Biden visited Israel. I mean, how deeply do you believe, and from what you've heard, has this just shaken Israel?
I've been calling friends in Israel every day since this war erupted Saturday morning. And it clearly has shaken the Israeli people of all political stripes. They're so disappointed that the Israeli intelligence community and military failed to appreciate what Hamas was up to, and this horrible massacre has occurred. By all accounts, more than 1,000 Israelis were killed in just one day by these Hamas terrorists, and it's something that the Israelis didn't necessarily believe was in the cards, but it clearly happened. So it's really shaking the people of Israel. And then when they see all the stories that have been reported in Israel, being reported here, being reported all over the world, these human interest stories about these mothers who are missing their children, the children who are missing their mothers and grandparents, all these little kids who were killed and captured. It's just so heartbreaking to hear about all of this, and the people in Israel clearly are shaken by this.
Well, many of our viewers know you're the son of Holocaust survivors. We saw a Holocaust survivor taken captive by Hamas. This attack has, some have called it here, Israel's 9/11. Can you talk about how different this feels from previous attacks in Israel?
Well, there have been wars, full-scale wars in Israel with Egypt and with Syria, and I've covered those wars. There have been a lot of terrorist incidents, but usually those terrorist incidents where a suicide bomber goes into a Sbarro pizza place in Jerusalem, blows himself up, but kills a whole bunch of Israelis in the process. This is different, and I think it's really the first time we've seen these terrorists go into a kibbutz, for example, and just start killing everyone. Little kids, adults, grandparents, just everyone, killing as many people as they possibly can. And that incident at that musical festival that was going on, more than 250 people, young people, mostly young people who were just attending a music festival, were killed brutally. And this is a new development. I think it's unprecedented. If you speak to Israeli experts, they'll tell you that as well.
I mean, Wolf, the anger, you could just hear it in President Biden's voice earlier. I think as covering him, I think it was the angriest I've ever heard him since he has taken office. And it certainly seemed to be, and you obviously covered the White House, Wolf, as well, one of the most forceful statements from a U.S. president in support of Israel that we have ever seen.
You're absolutely right. I've covered a lot of these presidents, and I've heard many presidents make very powerful, important statements about Israel over these many years. I wrote a book on U.S.-Israeli relations that came out in the 1980s called Between Washington and Jerusalem that Oxford University Press published. And so I've studied this area, and I don't think I've heard an American president speak with the emotion and that pro-Israel attitude as we heard today from President Biden. He was extremely powerful, extremely sympathetic to the Israelis. He said what the Israelis wanted to hear. He promised that the U.S. would be there for Israel no matter what. That's precisely what the Israelis want. They don't want necessarily U.S. boots on the ground. Israel has never really asked for that. They don't need it. But they need the U.S. for military support. And that's what the president is promising them. And that's what the Israelis will get.
Yeah, and we saw some of that support arriving tonight. Wolf Blitzer in Washington, Anderson Cooper in Israel. Thank you both.
Thanks.
Also tonight, of course, there is a cliffhanger happening in Congress as things are about to get very intense in that dome in the next 24 hours. It is truly anyone's guess tonight what is going to happen, how the speaker battle that is playing out in Washington could affect military aid that Wolf was just mentioning to Israel. We'll speak to a lawmaker next.
When you're a small business owner, there's no such thing as 9 to 5. Days are longer, and business hours, well, they're anything but predictable, especially when you have clients like ours. When I considered payroll providers for my business, I looked for a solution that fit into my busy schedule. Sure Payroll makes running payroll easy, and its US-based customer service is there for me when I have questions, after hours, and even Saturdays.
Visit surepayroll.com/switch to get up to 6 months free and find out what makes us different. Because small business is our business.
Clogged gutters are scary. Clogged gutters are messy. You tired of dealing with clogged gutters? Then call 833 Leaf Filter.
And never clean out clogged gutters again.
Our patented leaf filter system sits on top of your existing gutters, protecting your home with the technology of the future and making clogged gutters a thing of the past. Guaranteed.
You got better things to do than clean out clogged gutters. Call Leaf Filter today. We can help.
And clogged gutters for good. Call 833 Leaf Filter or visit leaffilter.com today.
Stay tuned to get this 5-piece Ultra Non-Stick Bakeware set free from Granite Stone. Are you tired of pots that burn, lids that don't fit, and pans that stick? You know you need a new set, but the prices are so high it makes you sick. Well, get ready for a kitchen full of the most durable Ultra Non-Stick cookware at the most affordable price anywhere. Introducing Granite Stone Blue, the fast, easy way to cook gourmet family meals every day. Each piece of Granite Stone cookware is pressed from a solid aluminum disc for even heat conduction and coated 3 times with our durable Ultra Non-Stick Granite Stone Blue finish. Granite Stone Blue is oven rated up to 500 degrees for outstanding roasting and come with vented tempered glass lids to prevent boil over. Plus, all Granite Stone cookware is 100% dishwasher and metal utensil safe. Look, you'd expect to pay up to $500 for a professional quality cookware set. But during this special TV introduction, you can get the Granite Stone Blue 12-piece set, not for $500, $400, or even $300, but for the factory direct price of just 5 easy payments of $49.95. And for everyone who orders today, we're going to drop one payment. You get it all for just 4 easy payments of $49.95. Granite Stone cookware is so durable, it comes with a 10-year warranty. As a bonus, we'll include our self-draining fry basket, stainless steel steamer insert, and the steamer rack. A $50 value, absolutely free. And there's even more. As a special gift, you'll get our 5-piece Granite Stone Blue bakeware set. The fast, easy, ultra non-stick way to bake up your favorite desserts. No grease or oil needed. Together, they're a $110 value. Yours free. That's an incredible 20-piece Granite Stone Blue set. All for just 4 easy payments of $49.95. Plus, we'll ship your entire order free. Order now.
To order, call 1-800-916-5667. That's 1-800-916-5667, or order online at granitestoneblue.com.
Just take a little bit. No!
This part is never easy, but at least saving on your family's medication is. Prescription savings made easy. Another good reason to check GoodRx.
Just a little bit more and you'll feel all better.
Pop quiz. Did you know you can lose weight with a plan that fits your budget and your goals? Introducing Quick 9 from Nutrisystem. Lose up to 9 pounds your first 2 weeks. You get delicious frozen meals delivered right to your door with convenient shipments at an affordable price and fast weight loss.
I'm saving money and I'm losing weight.
It's flexible, it's affordable, and it works. Get off to a fast start with Quick 9. Call or go online right now to get over 50% off plus free extras.
President Biden tonight calling on Congress to take urgent action to support Israel, but the House still, I should note, can't take any legislative action given there is still no House Speaker. The 2 main contenders for that job, Steve Scalise and Jim Jordan, made their case to fellow Republicans tonight behind closed doors. The House Republican Conference, I should note, is set to hold secret ballot elections as soon as 9 a.m. tomorrow morning, but it is still not clear tonight here at 9:49 p.m. if either of them can get 217 votes, which would be needed. Republican Congressman Mike Lawler is here of New York, is here and joins me now. Congressman, first let's start on aid to Israel because President Biden is asking Congress to take that urgent action. How does that happen given there is no House Speaker tonight?
Well, this is precisely why Kevin McCarthy never should have been removed as Speaker to begin with. You had 8 Republicans and 208 Democrats team up to remove a duly elected Speaker. And look, events change at a moment's notice. If you're going to do something like this, you better have a plan. And I think that's part of the challenge here and the frustration and the anger among many of us who did not want to see this happen. Obviously, we need to elect a Speaker so that we can get back to the work of the American people. And aid to Israel is going to be the top priority as soon as we can get the House floor open again. I think it is imperative, obviously, that we stand with our closest ally in the Middle East, a beacon of democracy, Israel, and fight back against Hamas, a terrorist organization funded by Iran and backed by the mullahs and the Ayatollah, and we need to hold them accountable. You have 14 Americans killed, hundreds of Israelis killed, women, children beheaded. It is shameful, it is disgusting, it is barbaric, and we have members of Congress who can't even denounce it. Rashida Tlaib tonight, walking through the Capitol, refused to comment on children being beheaded. This is what we're dealing with right now in America. You had the DSA having a rally in support of the Palestinians and people holding swastikas in Times Square. It is shameful. I have hundreds of constituents, who are stuck in Israel right now and cannot get home because commercial airlines are not operating in Israel. I've spoken to the White House, I've spoken to the State Department. We need to get military airplanes into Israel to help evacuate citizens of the United States who want to come home.
And what has the State Department said about that,
This is a
Congressman?
perilous situation. Frankly, the administration didn't in my conversations, and I've been raising this issue for 2 days.
But what did the administration say when you talked about this idea? I mean, we've heard from people who are in Israel that are trying to get home and having a lot of difficulty either finding a flight to anywhere, but much less to the United States. I mean, what did the State Department say to your request?
They said they're working on it, and I have to tell you, we need to work faster. You have thousands of Americans who are in Israel right now. Obviously, we have people who are being held hostage. I think we need to do everything in our power to get those folks home safely. This is a very dangerous situation. For the first time in 50 years, Israel has declared war, and justly. And we need to do everything we can, both from a financial standpoint, from a military standpoint, and from a humanitarian standpoint,
Congressman,
to support
do that,
Israel.
And I should note that what we've heard from the administration, and we've been asking them these questions, obviously, about these 14 Americans and that have been killed, and obviously the 20 more that Jake Sullivan said today were unaccounted for in his briefing. But let's talk about being able to pass a support to Israel, which is what you have the capability of doing if you get a House Speaker. Your party met behind closed doors tonight to talk about who could be the next House Speaker. Was any consensus reached? What happened in that meeting?
Both announced candidates made their case to the conference. A lot of people asked questions. Both of them gave, direct answers to the conference. We're going to be meeting tomorrow at 10 a.m. following a classified briefing on the situation in Israel, and have a vote. And we'll see if someone can get to, 217 votes within the conference.
And who will you be supporting?
I have not declared who I will be supporting. I
Have you
think
decided?
at the end of the day, not yet. I think at the end of the day, we need to obviously unify. We need to elect a speaker and get back to governing. There are a lot of challenges facing the American people, from spending and our porous southern border to the crisis in Israel, Ukraine, and so on. So there are a lot of challenges ahead that we need to get back to the business of governing. Obviously, I'm hopeful that we can unify and elect a speaker so we can.
Well, are you
continue to work
confident that will happen tomorrow?
Look, we are going to have a vote, and we'll see where it falls, and then take it from there. I'm not going to put a time frame on this. I think the reality is, obviously, many folks are very frustrated by what happened last week, and ultimately, the conference is going to have to come together behind a speaker.
But just to be
and we'll see
clear,
what
it
happens.
doesn't sound like that there has been any consensus reached as of tonight. Is that what you're saying, Congressman?
Well, we haven't had a vote. You have two candidates that are running, and so the vote will take place tomorrow, and we'll see what comes out of that. I don't think anybody can say how that vote is going to land.
Okay, Congressman Mike Lawler, we will be on Capitol Hill tomorrow. We will see what does happen in that secret election ballot tomorrow. Thank you for your time tonight.
Thank you.
Up next, many Israelis in America are rushing back to join the fight. Israeli reservists, including this New Yorker, will tell you his story right after this.
More real estate professionals list properties with Realtor.com than any other site.
Really?
Really. Trust the #1 app real estate professionals trust. Download the Realtor.com app today.
Struggling with the highs and lows of bipolar 1? Ask about Vraylar. Because you are greater than your bipolar 1. And you can help take control of your symptoms with Vraylar. Some medicines only treat the lows or highs. Vraylar treats depressive, acute manic, and mixed episodes of bipolar 1 in adults. Proven full spectrum relief for all bipolar 1 symptoms. And in Vraylar clinical studies, most saw no substantial impact on weight. Elderly dementia patients have increased risk of death or stroke. Call your doctor about unusual changes in behavior or suicidal thoughts. Antidepressants can increase these in children and young adults. Report fever, stiff muscles or confusion, which may mean a life-threatening reaction, or uncontrollable muscle movements, which may be permanent. High blood sugar, which can lead to coma or death, weight gain, and high cholesterol may occur. Movement dysfunction and restlessness are common side effects. Sleepiness and stomach issues are also common. Side effects may not appear for several weeks. Ask about Vraylar and learn how AbbVie could help you save.
What if there was a hearing aid that could keep up with you? This is Jabra Enhance Select. It's a smart hearing solution that makes hearing aids more convenient and less expensive. It connects with your phone so you can stream calls and music. With Jabra Enhance Select's premium package, better hearing doesn't have to start in a doctor's office. It starts with a free online hearing test you could take almost anywhere. So you can get your hearing aids custom programmed for you and delivered in days. From there, you can fine-tune your settings with your remote audiology team 7 days a week, so your hearing aids work when it matters most. In fact, more than 95% of Enhance Select premium customers report hearing better with their friends, family, and colleagues. With Jabra Enhance Select, you can get the same advanced hearing aid technology and professional care you expect from a clinic at a fraction of the cost. Try it risk-free for 100 days. Visit JabraEnhance.com.
48% of Americans don't get enough magnesium, which is vital for bone, nerve, and muscle health. I recommend Qunol's extra strength high absorption magnesium. It gives you 100% of the daily value of magnesium. Qunol, the brand I trust.
The Whole Story with Anderson Cooper is appointment viewing on Sunday nights. One whole story, one whole hour. The world's best journalists dig deeper into the stories they can't ignore. The Whole Story with Anderson Cooper, Sunday at 8 on CNN.
From the moment you touch down in Victoria, you'll know you're in a world apart. This is a place like no other. Let your curiosity lead you through unforgettable moments, where you're connected to nature, each other, and a local culture full of creativity and history that welcomes everyone. Your story unfolds in Victoria.
We just shipped our millionth monthly coffee subscription box, so we're sending custom thank you gifts to our team. Our custom ink rep is just as excited as we are and knows what great quality products to get. Celebrate your milestones with custom gear. Get started today at customink.com.
There is a lot that goes into becoming a licensed therapist.
2 years of graduate school followed by 2 years of clinical training.
You literally have to do 3,000 hours plus of interactions with clients. It is quite a journey.
I'm Kara Scannell outside of New York State Courthouse, and this is CNN.
Closed captioning brought to you by Gilt. Visit Gilt.com today for up to 70% off designer brands.
Gilt has the designers that get your heart racing. At insider prices, new every day. Hurry, they'll be gone in a flash. Designer sales at up to 70% off. Shop Gilt.com today.
Tonight, one Israeli man and his one-way ticket are making headlines in the war effort. Noy Leib lives and works here in New York City. But when he learned of Hamas's surprise attack on his home country, he packed his bags. Noy booked the first flight that he could back to Israel. He arrived there on Sunday evening, joining his elite paratrooper unit. He explained to CNN why he decided to leave New York. This is a quote from him. He said, "It's just feeling that it's my duty, it's my calling." Of course, he is one of many of the reservists who have joined up to fight and go with their country following those devastating attacks from Hamas on Saturday. We'll continue following it all here on The Source. Thank you so much for joining me tonight. CNN Newsnight with Abby Phillips starts right now. That border, there are the sirens going off again. I'm just going to step out of the way slightly so that we can try to get our camera and make sure that we have a little bit of cover here. But again, this is just constant. Every 10, 15 minutes, it seems, you hear the sirens, and you don't have a huge amount of lead time, honestly, to get to a shelter.
Strikes are underway at this hour after a bloody and fiery day of retaliation in the war between Israel and Hamas. Israeli troops right now amassing near Gaza for what is promising to be an unprecedented response to the horrific attack by Hamas. Now, the fate of civilian hostages remains uncertain tonight, but we do now know that those hostages may include Americans. And this comes as new evidence emerges of Hamas's barbarity in this attack. I'm Abby Phillip, and this is Newsnight.
Look at these burnt out vehicles here. Again, testimony to the ferocity of the fight here. We've just seen bodies that are being taken out of some of the houses of some of the young families that were here being loaded and taken away. This is what happened. Hamas stormed them all. The populations are gone. The death toll here, absolutely massive. But now back under control of the Israeli Defense Forces.
Babies and toddlers among the more than 1,000 victims of Hamas's massacre, and the toll now includes 14 Americans. The savagery carried out person to person, face to face against the young and the old, the perpetrators celebrating over the bodies of their victims. These scenes draw comparisons to the Holocaust. But what is the end goal for this terror group? Did they plot the brutality to ignite a retaliation of historic proportions, to provoke a worldwide response that would expand this war? Well, today, President Biden signaled that the U.S. would stand behind Israel as it carries out a forceful response.
This is an act of sheer evil. The brutality of Hamas, his bloodthirstiness brings to mind the worst rampages of ISIS. This is terrorism.
Also tonight, the U.S. says that at least 20 Americans are now unaccounted for, and it is possible that they could be among the many hostages. Let's go right away to my CNN colleague, Anderson Cooper. He's on the ground in Ashdod, just 19 miles north of that Gaza border. Anderson, around 5 p.m. local time today, Hamas had warned residents to clear out of the town of Ashkelon, and you're just a few miles north of that. Do you have a sense of whether that warning was heeded?
Well, certainly residents in Ashkelon are more than well aware of the dangers that have been occurring here and are more than used to having rockets coming in at them. Certainly people would have heeded that warning. It's a little rich for Hamas to be claiming credit for giving out a warning. They did just, as we all know, launch this massive slaughter of more than 1,000 people here in Israel. So they're certainly not too concerned about taking civilians' lives. But certainly we have seen just continued bombardment back and forth today and all during the evening here. We've been in this location in Ashdod for about 2 hours, and every few minutes you just hear a massive explosion as artillery shells land in Gaza, which is some 19 to 20 miles, as you said, behind me. But even from this distance, you can feel the impact of each of those shells.
And Anderson, you also spoke today with a woman whose family was kidnapped, and it was all filmed. Tell us about what they told you about this young woman.
Yeah, her family, her aunt and uncle, her cousin, Shiri, Shiri's 2 little kids, her husband, were all kidnapped or have disappeared from a kibbutz. And Ifat Zeiler is desperate for information about her, desperate to get some word. There has been a video released that shows her cousin Shiri being taken away with her 2 children by gunmen on Saturday from the kibbutz where she was living. I talked to Ifat earlier today. Take a listen.
I want my family back. I want my family back. I'm trying to be strong and stoic and speak clearly, but I'm devastated. I'm devastated. I don't know what else to do. We need institutions from the world. We need someone to take care of those captive people, civilians. I've been lost of words, really. And every hour, every day, it's getting worse. We know that the first days are the most important.
There was so much sadness here, grief, and anger, and increasingly resolve for what comes next.
It is devastating to see that family, one of so many who are mourning the loss of their loved ones, and also hoping against hope that they find word of the ones who are missing. Anderson, please stay safe yourself, you and your team. Thank you for being with us tonight. And we are only just beginning to learn the extent of the brutality inflicted on innocent Israelis by Hamas. One Israeli soldier attempting to bring his mother to safety as the attack broke out instead found her body in the street riddled with bullets. Joining me now is Bezalel Talia, a soldier in the Israeli Defense Forces. Bezalel, thank you for being with us tonight. I'm very, very sorry for your loss. I want to go back to what happened when you found your mother. You went back to find her. When you did, what did you see when you got there?
A body on the street. We came to the body. We see the body is our mom. Full of bullets from head to toe, with a package of snacks that she wanted to give the kids so they cannot be afraid from the attack. She fell on the street, old lady, 63, good lady, just good in her heart. She just did give charity all the time, help everybody. She couldn't manage to go to a safe place. She wanted to help her kids or grandchilds. So she's old lady, so she fell on the streets. And the terrorists just saw on the streets and shoot her from toe to head. So this is how we found that one.
That is unimaginable. I cannot imagine the nightmare that is to find your mother in that way. We've also just been hearing the unspeakable atrocities that soldiers like yourself have been finding as you've gone into these kibbutzes and these communities to find and to defend them. When you went around your mother's kibbutz, what did you see there? What did you witness?
I saw everything is destroyed. I saw old ladies that they just blow up with gas. You know, open the gas of the houses and blow the old lady up. Killing everywhere, robbery everywhere. They did it like a game. It was a game. It's not, you know, the civilians of Gaza saw it like a game. They came from Gaza, civilians, people from Gaza, kids from Gaza came to the place, just destroyed whatever they can, took whatever they can, kill whatever they see. They saw it just like a game with lives. And you know what? It didn't give a matter what are you. Are you a Jew? Are you from Thailand? Are you from the United States? Are you from Brazil? From France? Didn't give a matter. They saw just like a game that in the game they wanted just to destroy lives, to rob, to rape, to kill, to kidnap. This is the game. I'm telling you, kids from Gaza came and take Israeli kids back to Gaza just for the game. They put in Gaza Israeli kids in chicken cages, playing with them like they are puppets. Kidnapped Thailand workers, kidnapped Nepalian workers that came to Israel to feed a family, killed old ladies, killed my mom. My mom was a good heart, was a great woman. She just helped and did good things all the time. Didn't judge nobody. She didn't judge, never nobody. All the time just give charity to everybody and help everybody. She fell on the street because she was old. She couldn't manage to go to the safe place on time. So they just shoot her from toe to head. 6 bullets on my mom. For what? Maybe more even. I didn't count. I just full of bullets.
My understanding is that you are actively leading a number of soldiers in your community. Tell us how you and your fellow soldiers are preparing for what your country is heading into right now, which could very well be a prolonged war with Hamas?
I try to correct you to the answer. The war is not just with Hamas. The war is with all the civilians that cannot see us as human beings. They want to kill us because what I saw in that place near Gaza, civilians from Gaza came on bicycles to the kibbutz just to kill and destroy. It's not just, like people that are warriors of Hamas. I cannot even call them warriors. They are not warriors. Somebody that fights with kids and women is not a warrior. They are not warriors. They are nothing. They are monsters. So monsters from Hamas, civilians from Hamas, and came and kill people from Israel just because they are people. I think it's a war between good and evil. This is what we're preparing. A war between good and evil, a war with an enemy that have no mercy, have no ethical codes, have no codes at all. No mercy, kills kids, kills child, kills babies, rape women. No respect for nobody, for old women. No respect for old people. No respect for little kids. This is the enemy that we are preparing for.
There is word that there could be a ground invasion into Gaza. Tell us, what do you believe that will look like for you as somebody in the IDF who could be very well on the front lines of a conflict like that?
I'm now also at a place that I'm in the front line. About Israel, Israel is not just that dangerous from from Gaza Strip. We can have a war from all the places that are around Israel, all the enemies around Israel, like we had before. We are preparing for war everywhere, and we want to bring our kids back, our babies back, our oldest people back, our women back, our men back. We want to bring everybody back safely. But we know we have a very evil enemy that isn't no ethic codes. They don't give matters about nobody. We, the Israeli army, want to bring everybody back, no matter what you are. The Thailand people, the American people, the Brazilian people, everybody want to bring them back safely.
Bezalel, Talia, I know this is an incredibly difficult time for you and your entire country. Again, I'm so very sorry for the loss of your mother. Thank you for joining us tonight.
Thank you for putting me online. I want everybody to know that God is taking care of us, and my mom was a very good person. This is how I want everybody to remember her. Thank you very much.
And next, I'll speak with the brother of one of the hostages who received video of his capture, plus an American who's just off a plane from Israel after hiding during this attack. She'll join me live, and this is CNN's special coverage.
We come from a long line of cowboys. When I see all of us out here on those ranches, I see how far our legacy can go.
Who's that? Cancer. It's different in a child. Because your child's still growing. I had 14 rounds of chemo. There's thousands and thousands of kids all over the world who need help.
This is my first time having cancer. And it's the very worst.
St. Jude Children's Research Hospital. works day after day to find cures and save the lives of children with cancer and other life-threatening diseases.
It's scary to watch your kid battle and fight for their lives.
1 in 5 children diagnosed with cancer in the U.S. will not survive.
Childhood cancer is hard. It's a long road. You just have to give. You have to give someone that hope. And especially with them being so young.
Please call, go online, or scan the QR code for only $19 a month. Families never receive a bill from St. Jude for treatment, travel, housing, or food, so they can focus on helping their child live.
She grew up in this. So when we go to St. Jude, she's happy because that's her home. Every time I take her to the doctor, she's excited because she gets to play. And that's all because of St. Jude.
When you call or go online with your credit or debit card right now, we'll send you this St. Jude t-shirt you can wear to show your support to help St. Jude save the lives of these children.
Si St. Jude no existiera, mi hijo no estaría vivo. Mi hijo sería un angelito.
Let's cure childhood cancer together.
How do we decide what hotel to book? Fear not.
I got you. Choice Hotels has a hotel for every type of stay. Like a comfort with the kiddos.
Spacious.
That's what they all say. Stay twice and get a free night when you book direct at choicehotels.com.
If you're like I was, you're tired of worn-out plastic mats under your office chair. They dent and crack, and they're uncomfortable to roll on. I found a premium alternative, a glass chair mat by Vitraza. I liked it so much, I bought the company. I'm George Pardo, president of Vitraza. Our glass chair mats are made of super strong glass and protected with a nanotech coating, so you'll always get a smooth, easy glide. And they're beautiful. Tired of replacing plastic? I promise this is the last chair mat you'll need. And we give you a lifetime warranty. Comfort, style, durability. A Vitraza glass chair mat will completely transform your workspace. Home office or office office. We stock 18 popular sizes, and we ship free to anywhere in the lower 48. Get the look you deserve. I invite you to shop online at Vitraza.com. Use promo code TV and save 10% on any glass chair mat at Vitraza.com.
Tonight, a sobering confirmation from President Biden that some of those taken hostage by Hamas are American. In total, the Israeli government says the number of those kidnapped is near 150. And I'm about to speak with a man who says his brother is one of them. Eviatar is 22 years old, and he was at that music festival that left at least 260 people dead. Now, Hamas released a video that shows him being taken hostage. I want to warn you, this video, which is, in fact, propaganda, is disturbing, but our guest said that he wanted you to see it. You can see here Hamas, their behavior, their actions firsthand. This is his brother being taken by armed militants. We've blurred some of the language that you would otherwise see on the screen. That's been taken out, as well as the audio here. This is him tied up in the back of a truck, and he's surrounded by other hostages, but we're not showing them. Now, Eviatar's brother, Ilay David, joins me now. Ilay, I wanted the viewers, and you wanted the viewers, to see this firsthand, what your brother went through when he was captured. Tell me what it has been like for you to see that video, you and your parents to see it.
Hi, Abby. It's Eli. It was very hard to see that video. I actually didn't want my parents and my sister to watch it. It made us very angry, very sad, but also a little bit optimistic because we saw that he is okay, that he is fine, that he's not injured, that he's complete in body. And we also saw much worse cases and much worse videos. So it's somewhat of a good thing to know.
What are you hearing from the IDF when it comes to what they're doing to rescue your brother?
We cannot be sure, but we have to believe that the IDF is doing anything to secure our sisters and our brothers and bring them back. We don't have any other choice to think otherwise. The IDF is also in straight contact with us. 2 days ago, two officers came to our house and confirmed what we already knew, that my brother is kidnapped and being kept in the Gaza Strip. So we are in a very close connection to the army right now.
I wonder, as someone who lives in Israel now and has been, how much has all of this changed, if at all? How safe you feel there?
In this time, it is very hard to tell because we live in a place that is far away from the from Gaza Strip, but in any minute, anyone from the close village, we are very close to many Arab villages. In a minute, it can be all war everywhere, and it's very, very frightening.
I can only imagine, and we continue to hope for your brother's safe and swift return to you and your family. Eli, David, thank you so much for being with us tonight.
Thank you, Abby.
And up next, new CNN reporting on the hunt for evidence in Iran's role in all of this. Senator Lindsey Graham will join me live. Plus, Carl Bernstein will talk about President Biden's response and why America is suddenly more involved than perhaps it was just hours ago.
Now look at them arcing up. This is the defensive missile system. The worst single day in Israel's history since 1948.
We have just had a massive barrage of rockets coming in here.
I'm so sorry. It's okay. I'm so guilty.
And that pain has echoed thousands of families all across this country. For continuing coverage of the conflict here in Israel.
Hold it!
Imagine a world with no drama.
I haven't sat on his card yet.
Ordering promotional products guaranteed to create memorable moments is an easy mission at 4imprint.com.
4imprint, for certain.
This is a keepsake frame. This is actually a photo from my wedding. I'm Adam Weiss, founder and CEO of Keepsake, the mobile app that makes it easy to have your photos printed, framed, and shipped to your doorstep. You just choose a photo that you love, you can preview it in over 100 frames, and in a couple of days, you're going to receive your photo in a beautiful, handmade frame. So if you've got a special photo on your phone, install the free Keepsake app. We would love a chance to frame it for you.
Every detail counts. So I live my life with Lexi B2 hearing aids powered by Bose. When I began experiencing hearing loss, I knew I needed the best of the best. Lexi B2 hearing aids powered by Bose are app-controlled and self-fitting, which means I can tune and customize them to my needs and preferences on the Lexi app and enjoy high-quality hearing. Take the lead and call or order online at lexihearing.com to receive your Lexi B2 hearing aids powered by Bose today.
Every day, more dog people are deciding it's time for a fresh approach to pet food. Developed with vets, made from real meat and veggies, portioned for your dog, and delivered right to your door. It's smarter, healthier pet food.
Lose weight fast with Nutrisystem's Partner Plan. Together, lose up to 18 pounds in the first 2 weeks. The Partner Plan is a great value. Partners save 15% more money versus an individual plan. Plus, lose up to 20% more weight than doing it on your own.
Together, we lost 85 pounds with Nutrisystem.
Get food for 2 people shipped free every 2 weeks. Save 15% more money and lose up to 20% more weight than doing it on your own. Call or go online to get started right now.
The Whole Story with Anderson Cooper is appointment viewing on Sunday nights. One whole story, one whole hour. The world's best journalists dig deeper into the stories they can't ignore. The Whole Story with Anderson Cooper, Sunday at 8 on CNN.
I was shocked that I had cancer because there isn't cancer in my family.
I didn't know you could die of skin cancer. And then I go in 2 weeks later to get my diagnosis of melanoma.
Melanoma is the deadliest form of skin cancer.
Protect yourself by being sun safe. Check yourself with monthly skin exams. Inform yourself. Skin cancer is real. Learn more at saveyourskin.ca.
Allowing truthful, positive content to rise to the top. Don't you deserve to have more control over how you're represented online? Get your free reputation report card at reputationdefender.com or call 1-877-866-8555.
I had a client once who was a respiratory care nurse during the COVID-19 pandemic. BetterHelp quite literally provided her what she needed at the most pivotal time in her life.
I'm Natasha Chen in Los Angeles, and this is CNN.
For this moment, we must be crystal clear. We stand with Israel. Israel has the right to respond, indeed has a duty to respond to these vicious attacks. When Congress returns, we're going to ask them to take urgent action to fund the national security requirements of our critical partners. This is not about party or politics. Let me say again, to any country, any organization, anyone thinking of taking advantage of this situation, I have one word: don't.
That was President Biden forcefully condemning the evil of Hamas as he stands with Israel. Tonight, Hamas is rejecting the president's forceful remarks, calling them inflammatory words aimed at escalating the conflict. I want to bring in now Republican Senator Lindsey Graham of South Carolina on this and really what is a historic moment for the entire world, it seems. Starting with the issue of Iran, Senator Graham, White House National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan did say today that Iran is, in his words, complicit in a broad sense, but that the intelligence community has not assessed that they knew about the attack in advance or helped to plan it. But I wonder, do you think that that is plausible, that this attack could have been executed without direct support from Iran?
Absolutely not. This was a coordinated land-sea air attack that had to be months in the making. There is no way in the world that this happened without Iran knowing. If you know the relationship between Iran and Hamas, that's impossible to believe. I think the Wall Street Journal reporting will prove to be correct over time. But try to put this in context. You have a lot of people on the show that break your heart. Here's where Israel finds itself. It's almost like World War II. Gaza has been radicalized by over generations. I think we can do business with the Palestinian Authority. We can't do business with Hamas. So Israel's going to have to go in and dismantle Hamas like we took down the Germans and the Japanese. They're going to have to reoccupy the Gaza Strip and build up a new generation that will be better for the Palestinian people in Gaza and better for Israel. It's going to take a destruction of Hamas like we destroyed the Third Reich and a reoccupation to get a new generation of people who really do buy into peace. And as long as Iran goes unchecked, nothing changes.
You have said recently that the U.S. should threaten Iranian oil infrastructure if the conflict continues to escalate. I want to be clear, are you calling for the U.S. to become directly involved in this war with Hamas?
We're already directly involved. 14 Americans are dead tonight. To their families, I'm sorry.
But to the degree that
they would be alive today without the Iranians.
But
just listen to me. They'd be alive today without Iran building up Hamas. Here's what I'm saying. I want to be very clear. If you kill the hostages, the Hamas has hostages, Americans and Israeli hostages, they start killing those hostages. If there's an attack by Hezbollah in the north, creating two fronts for Israel, what I would do is I would bomb Iran's oil infrastructure. The money financing terrorism comes from Iran. It's time for this terrorist state to pay a price for financing and supporting all this chaos. Yes, if you're the Iranians, if it were up to me, this war escalates, I'm coming after you.
I think this is what I'm trying to clarify here, because I'm wondering
us
what
and
you're...
Israel, us and Israel.
Us, the United States and
I
Israel...
want to be crystal clear.
The United... Let me just understand you, just to be clear. You're saying that you would want the United States and Israel to bomb Iran, even in the absence of direct evidence of their involvement in this attack.
Yeah. So if there's an escalation, Abby, if there's people's throats being cut on television as Israel goes into Gaza, they're threatening to kill the hostages, if Hezbollah is unleashed on Israel in the north, it will be because Iran is supporting that. If you don't get the connection between Iran and this terrorist activity by Hamas and Hezbollah, you're missing a lot. This is a terrorist state that has American blood on its hands. It is now time to dismantle the financing system of terrorism if this war escalates. Yes, I would do a joint military operation. I tell the Iranians today, if the war escalates, you will pay a price. You will be out of the oil business. I want to be crystal clear on that. And if we don't do that, what do you expect to happen in the future? Do you expect Israel to forgive and forget? Biden didn't mention one word about Iran today, and I want to support the president. I'm supporting the Saudi-Israel peace deal. Israel made peace with several Arab countries through the Abraham Accords. I want to help the Palestinians we can do business with as part of a Saudi-Israel peace deal. But I'm tired of letting Iran, I think they did this to stop the Saudi-Arab peace negotiations, the Iranians. I don't want to reward them. I want to punish them.
So, Senator, can I ask you now about what's happening here in the United States? Republicans on Capitol Hill, your colleagues, especially in the House, are debating whether or not to fund Israel and Ukraine. Some of them don't want to fund Ukraine at all and only want to fund Israel. But my question to you is, do you think the U.S. risks being stretched too thin with these two incredibly significant conflicts happening at the same time, requiring quite a lot of American resources?
Yeah, no, not really. My dad fought in Japan, and I had an uncle fought in Germany. America fought the Germans and the Japanese at the same time. Not one American has died in Ukraine. To my Republican colleagues who believe that we should pull the plug on supporting Ukraine, if you think Putin's going to stop at the Ukraine, you're not paying any attention. China's watching everything we do, so I think it would be really ill-conceived to not support Ukraine. They've destroyed half the Russian military. We've spent less than 5% of our defense budget, and not one American has died. This has been a good investment. Putin will keep going if we don't stop him in Ukraine. As to Iran, if there's an escalation of this war against Israel, I'm blaming Iran. And it's now time to put them on notice. They will pay a heavy price. I think we can do all those things. I think if there was a war with Iran, we would win. I think the Ukrainians are going to beat the Russians if we stick with them. And if you don't stick with the Ukrainians, then there goes Taiwan. To my Republican friends, you're underestimating the effect of Putin's invasion on the future of Europe and stability in the world. To the people on the left who want to blame Israel for this, that's despicable.
All right, Senator Lindsey Graham, thank you for joining us tonight. And let's continue this discussion with legendary journalist Carl Bernstein. He's covered Israel for quite a long time, including the 1982 invasion of Lebanon. Just a moment there to react to what Senator Graham said, especially on that final point. This idea that the Republicans are making this an either-or scenario, Senator Graham seemed to suggest that's exactly what would benefit Putin in this moment.
Absolutely, it would. Look, we're looking now at an unrestrained new world order of chaos with these countries, Iran, Russia, what China is doing.
that is unrestrained in a way that we never expected. And it has upended the order that we expected and have lived with since the end of the Cold War, even during the Cold War. But now, this is not the fog of war that we're seeing in Gaza. This is genocide. This is genocide against the Jewish people, against the Jewish state. Let's be real clear about what it is. And so in the Middle East, we now have a genocidal war. In Ukraine, we have a land war in Europe for the first time since World War II. And as the senator has indicated, I'm not suggesting that his solution is necessarily the right one, that we immediately go in and bomb the Iranians' oil facilities. But we've got to find a way to deal with this chaotic world order and the threat that it poses, not just to democracy, but to humanity.
If you were Israel in this moment, the comparisons to 9/11 are not only apt. I mean, this is 10 times a 9/11 by proportion to the population. But some people are warning that Israel should take care to learn from what happened in the U.S. after 9/11, which is an Afghanistan that was a 20-year war. Do you think there's a risk here in perhaps this conflict being even more involved than even Israel wants?
There's a terrible risk. There's a risk that this conflagration could engulf the Middle East. And one of the things that I've talked to people at the White House, others, that is going on is a dialogue between the President of the United States and Netanyahu, between the White House and the Israelis, as to how to find the right balance to eliminate Hamas and at the same time not have this conflagration spread. We have, again, Senator is not wrong. We have Iran-sponsored actors. We have Hezbollah in Lebanon. We have in the north. We have this situation with Gaza and Hamas. But how can this be contained? How can Hamas be ended? Its role ended. It is not a legitimate force for the Palestinian people. It is a terrorist organization. But how can this be done in such a way that the suffering is not extended even further to the Palestinians in Gaza because of this? But meanwhile, Israel's security has been threatened in a way that it's almost never been in its history since 1948. There hasn't been any week such as this. Let's take a look at the numbers.
I think that actually it is the worst killing of Jews
since the Holocaust.
Well,
I think that's right. But let's look at the numbers. If you look at the population of Israel, compare it to the United States, 30 times more people in the United States, this would be the equivalent of us losing in 4 days 30,000 people. We lost 50,000, 55,000 in Vietnam over all the years of the Vietnam War. This is 4 days.
I want to note that in addition to the full-throated support for Israel from President Biden, he did say that it matters that democracies uphold the laws of war. Was that a little bit of a message, a soft message to Netanyahu as they go into this war?
From the beginning in the weekend, on Saturday, when I started talking to people in the White House and elsewhere, they made the point that somehow Israel has got to retaliate in an absolutely efficient way and at the same time uphold the rules of international law, of basic humanity, and that has been an ongoing part of the discussions between the White House and the Israelis. But I think, we can't underestimate the tragedy of this, the danger of this, the horror of this, and let's look at who we're dealing with. We have a Putin in Ukraine. We have Hamas. We have Hezbollah. We have Iran. We have a new world order, I'll come back to that is more dangerous than we could have ever imagined at the end of the 20th century. And here we are in the 21st century with these forces, including genocide of the Jewish people, again, loose in the Middle East.
It's absolutely correct. I mean, it feels like a tipping point globally, and if people don't see it in its historical context, they might miss what is happening.
It also has to be contained in such a way that, yes, might, but righteous might, and exercised in such a way as to not make matters worse and really move toward global confrontation.
Well, Carl, thank you as always for your expertise on this issue. We appreciate you being with us tonight.
Good to be with you.
And up next, I'm going to speak with an American woman who just escaped Israel and landed back in New York just moments ago. Tragically, her niece and other family members were killed by Hamas on a kibbutz. We'll talk we'll bring that to you coming up next.
For muscle cramps and spasms, TheraWorks absorbs quickly for relief. So get back at it.
TheraWorks works.
For fast muscle relief, TheraWorks works. Try TheraWorks and get back at it.
Once retired, Marcus decided, I will never again work for another man or woman. I've abandoned my corporate phone plan, and I'll get a new plan with Consumer Cellular for up to half the cost.
Let's go, birds.
When freedom calls, we're here to answer.
I see trees of green, red roses too. I see them bloom for me, and I think to myself, what a wonderful world.
Help keep tigers in our world. Visit WWFtigers.org. Call or scan now and symbolically adopt a tiger for just $12 a month. Your support will help WWF protect tigers and other threatened wildlife and their habitats. Go online or call in the next 5 minutes and we'll send you an adoption kit with this adorable plush tiger. Don't let them disappear forever. Act now to help keep tigers and other precious wildlife in our world. Go online, call, or scan now.
When every second counts, ADT self-setup with video verification helps police respond faster, so you get help sooner. You can even request help with just a tap.
We have a verified alarm.
All clear, all clear. So you have a home with no worries. Brought to you by ADT.
At AG, we believe that nourishing your whole body is key to unlocking your vitality as you age, allowing you to thrive both physically and mentally. This is foundational nutrition made simple with AG1.
This is a cluster that happens when marketers group all their customers together. MailChimp uses real-time behavior data so you can personalize email for every customer. Turn customers into customers with Intuit MailChimp.
Hi, I'm Stacy and I've lost 60 pounds on Golo. This belt I used to wear way down at the first and second notch. It's the only thing I've kept from before losing weight, and I'm keeping this because I'm never going back.
Last year, I got stuck paying for my ex's internet for months before I finally caught it. That won't happen this year, thanks to Rocket Money. Rocket Money finds hidden subscriptions, and you can cancel the ones you don't want with one tap. Join Rocket Money today. Does someone who threatens Putin's power ever die unintentionally in Russia?
I don't think so. He just leaves all this carnage in his wake.
Do you think he cares about that?
No, he doesn't.
The Source with Caitlin Collins. Tomorrow at 9.
ShipStation saves us so much time. It makes it really easy and seamless. Pick an order, print everything you need, slap the label onto the box, and it's ready to go.
Our cost for shipping in we're cut in half, just like that.
Go to ShipStation.com/try and get 2 months free.
This is my coffee shop. We just moved into a bigger space, brought on another employee, and ordered new branded gear for the team. It was so easy. I just chose my products, added our logo, and placed my order. Bring your own team together with custom gear. Get started today at CustomInc.com.
Those may look like handprints on your Blair sweater, but you just see happiness. Blair clothing is meant to be lived in. It fits your life. Wet paws, unconditional love. A little mulch, a day well spent. Blair also fits you. Easy to wear with flattering styles. Easy to love with comfy fits. And easy to buy with great prices. The Blair Fit, clothing that fits your life, body, and budget. Get $10 off and free shipping at Blair.com with promo code Blair2030. Join Poppy and Phil on CNN This Morning. Tomorrow at 6 Eastern.
As we watch the skies over Israel and Gaza tonight, we learn now that 14 Americans are among those killed by Hamas. And my next guest just returned to the United States from Israel, where she survived by hiding during the attacks. Elizabeth Hirsch Naftali flew to Israel last Friday to celebrate Sabbath and a holiday, and she joins me here in New York tonight. Elizabeth, I'm grateful that you're here, that you made it out. Tell us, what has the last 72 hours been like for you, for your family?
It's been hell. It's been heartbreaking. So Saturday morning we woke up to sirens, and I was in a hotel, and I knew that meant you run to the stairwell, and everybody ran to the stairwell. And my daughter, who lived nearby, she was in her apartment and ran to her bomb shelter. So everybody was in hiding. But then we started to hear that something was happening in the south. And I knew my sister-in-law and her family lived on a kibbutz along the border of Gaza. So I called her, she didn't answer. Then I called another sister-in-law, and by 8 o'clock on Saturday morning, she told me that my niece had been murdered, her husband had been murdered, and at that point they thought that the baby who was with the husband outside, because it was a beautiful morning on a kibbutz, and a kibbutz is a beautiful, idyllic place where people are running around and young families are out and kids are free, and the husband had been outside with the baby, and they also saw the missiles, but before he could do anything, he was literally slaughtered by Hamas terrorists. The mother inside quickly put the 2, 6, and 10-year-old in a closet and locked them in. And before she could do anything, her life was taken. She was killed by these terrorists. So when you ask how the last 72 hours have been, I then spent the day, and the family all spent the day in different parts of Israel, and the grandmother was out of the country, couldn't get back to the country to be with her family. And truly the kibbutz itself was on lockdown for 2 days because it was right along the border, and it's a beautiful piece of property, and they lived well next to each other. There wasn't animosity from the kibbutz towards the Palestinians. It was a beautiful, idyllic life. But it was the closest place in the border for these terrorists to come in because of the location of where these young families were living.
And the 2 children, they survived? How were they discovered?
They were communicating. They had some phone of a phone to communicate with family. One was 10, so at that point a 10-year-old could communicate. So the family knew they were there, but nobody could get to them till nightfall. So these 2 little kids quietly had to stay in a closet all day until night. I mean, just to think about that is just, think about your own children put in that situation. It's devastating.
Now their entire family is gone.
Their entire family, their parents are gone, they have their relatives, but their parents are gone, and they understand how they died. And interesting, in the same kibbutz, so my sister-in-law lives there, but her other daughter lives there. And they also went quickly into hiding. And just to show the beauty of people, they were in this, and they were in hiding because they could hear the noise of the terrorists running from house to house. And the husband went out because he heard something that seemed strange. And he found a woman, a young woman, holding an infant and a hammer, and she had nowhere to go. And they took this woman in, and they locked the door. And you think about it, they had a baby who had no food, no diapers, nothing. And if this baby cried, it would have revealed that there was a family with children in there. But this is what people do. This is the goodness of people.
These incredible stories of survival. You did decide to leave. I'm sure it was not easy to get out given all the flights, but your daughter stayed. What was that conversation with her like?
Well, everybody, family, friends, people said, go home, get out. I had just arrived Friday night, but they said, go back. There was nothing I could do physically by staying there. And in an interesting way, like, it was just another body in Israel. I couldn't be helpful. So getting out was very hard. A lot of flights weren't coming in and out, but I did get out. And my daughter has been in Israel for 10 years. She is an Israeli. She has a partner, and she made a choice to stay. I said, I will take you, come with me, but she loves her country. She loves her people, and for her it was an important thing to stay and be part of what Israelis do, which is they come together at these terrible times. And it was so hard because I never saw her the whole time I was there, and I couldn't see her on Saturday. And literally, as I was going to the airport on Sunday morning, I went to her apartment and just held her for an hour, and then I had to leave her. And it's just, I really believe she'll be fine, but just to leave your child, even as an adult, is just, and know what's going on in that country, it's really hard.
Elizabeth, I'm so very sorry, and we've been hearing all of these awful stories, but we are glad that you are safe and that your daughter is safe as well, and thank you for sharing that with us. Appreciate it.
Well, thank you.
And we'll be right back.
One down, 9 to go.
Hey, what are you doing out here?
I just had something picked up.
Oh my gosh, I'm having something delivered.
Carvana.
You know Carvana. Searched it, bought it, scheduled it, and here it is.
You think Carvana's good for buying? You should try selling one.
Oh my gosh, it's almost identical. You gotta have backup. You know what I say.
Good job, hon.
Thanks. Woo! I loved it once and I love it twice. Where is the other one?
Buy
Or sell.
your car with Carvana today. Guys, got hair loss? I know what you're thinking. Should I shave my head? Comb it over? Wear a hat? Just stop. This isn't 1970. Keep your hair and your confidence because Bosley, America's #1 hair restoration experts, can give you your real hair back permanently. Check them out because they're giving away an absolutely free information kit and a free gift card to everyone who scans this QR code. Dude, you don't have to look like your dad because this isn't your dad's hair loss treatment. People all over the country trust Bosley because they're ahead of the curve. They use the latest technology to give you your real hair back. And the best part, Bosley's permanent solution is protected by the Bosley Guarantee. Let them show you for free how awesome your hair could look with an absolutely free information kit and a gift card for $250 off. Scan the QR code. Don't wait. Scan the code now and ask about the Bosley Guarantee.
Which hotel? Somebody say which hotel? I'm great at this. Dance your fears in the spa-like bathroom. Or enjoy local craft beers with breathtaking views at the Cambria. Book direct at choicehotels.com.
Cancer, it's different in a child because your child's still growing. I had 14 rounds of chemo. There's thousands and thousands of kids all over the world who need help.
It is my first time having cancer, and it's the very worst.
St. Jude Children's Research Hospital works day after day to find cures and save the lives of children with cancer and other life-threatening diseases.
It's scary to watch your kid battle and fight for their lives.
1 in 5 children diagnosed with cancer in the U.S. will not survive.
Childhood cancer is hard. It's a long road. You just have to give. You have to give someone that hope. And especially with them being so young.
Please call, go online, or scan the QR code for only $19 a month. Families never receive a bill from St. Jude for treatment, travel, housing, or food, so they can focus on helping their child live.
She grew up in this. So when we go to St. Jude, she's happy because that's her home. Every time I take her to the doctor, she's excited because she gets to play. And that's all because of St. Jude.
When you call or go online with your credit or debit card right now, we'll send you this St. Jude t-shirt you can wear to show your support to help St. Jude save the lives of these children.
Si St. Jude no existiera, mi hijo no estaría vivo. Mi hijo sería un angelito.
Let's cure childhood cancer together.
Get help reaching your goals with JP Morgan Wealth Plan, the digital money coach in the Chase mobile app. Use it to set and track your goals, big and small, and see how changes you make today could help put them within reach. From
From your first big move to retiring poolside and the other goals along the way, a wealth plan can help you get there. JP Morgan Wealth Management.
As war rages on in Israel, the U.S. House is still without a speaker for a full week now. Republicans tonight are meeting behind closed doors at a candidate forum to hear from Steve Scalise and from Jim Jordan, both of them vying for the job of Speaker of the House. Now, ousted Speaker Kevin McCarthy telling supporters not to nominate him for the post again. Joining me now is Florida Congressman Carlos Jimenez. Congressman Jimenez, thanks for joining us.
My pleasure.
So you were in that room, you heard the candidates. The vote is expected to take place tomorrow. How are you going to vote?
I'm going to vote for Kevin McCarthy.
Didn't Kevin McCarthy just say that he did not want even his supporters, yourself included, to nominate him?
No, I'm not. No, I don't think he's going to be nominated. I'm still going to vote for him, though. I mean, I can always write in his name, and I expect that other members of Congress will do the same. But I have stated very publicly that this wasn't the right thing to do, and after listening to both candidates, their plan for the future includes continuing resolutions, which is exactly what Kevin McCarthy was going to do. So supposedly, Kevin McCarthy was removed for about the same plan that both Jim Jordan and Steve Scalise, have laid out. Look, I have great respect for both Steve Scalise and Jim Jordan. But Kevin McCarthy should have never been removed from his post.
Well, why not either Steve Scalise or Jim Jordan, given that it doesn't seem like Kevin McCarthy has the votes to become Speaker again?
Well, I'm not going to participate in that. I mean, I think what was done to Kevin McCarthy was unjust, and I choose not to vote for either one. I think, the Speaker that we had should be the Speaker that we need and have in the future, and so until conditions change, I'm going to still put my vote with Kevin McCarthy.
And so Matt Gaetz just said a few minutes ago that he would not try to remove a Speaker Scalise or a Speaker Jordan if they moved continuing resolutions. That, as you pointed out, is the reason that he tried to oust and successfully ousted Kevin McCarthy. What's your response to that? And I want to remind you, you said on this program you had some demands as it related to that motion to vacate, to get rid of the Speaker. Have your demands been met in any way?
No, they haven't, and so that's one of the things we need to do. I want to make sure that Matt Gaetz doesn't have that opportunity, because frankly, I don't trust Matt Gaetz. I believe that he told the Speaker that he would only use that, Kevin McCarthy, he would only use that under extraordinary circumstances. Obviously, he didn't keep his word then. I've already tasted chaos, and I don't want to taste it again, and I think the majority of the conference is with me on that. It's going to be difficult to do, but it's something that we have to do for the good of the conference, good of Congress, and more so for the good of the country.
All right, we'll see where this all goes tomorrow. A big and historic day for the country and for the House of Representatives. Congressman Carlos Jimenez, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, and thank you so much for joining me. That's it for me and CNN Newsnight. Laura Coates Live starts right now.
Thank you so much, Abby. I really appreciate your interviews this evening. And good evening. This is Laura Coates Live, and it's already morning in Israel and also in Gaza. And really, I want to take a step back tonight, and I want to talk about the weight of all of this. It's touched all of us, and you've undoubtedly been feeling it too. Perhaps many of you are extremely knowledgeable about the political history of the region, and maybe many of you may be learning in real time since Hamas's unprecedented attack. And you're trying to understand the complexities and the nuances, all, of course, while trying to process the horror of war. You're not alone in trying to balance when to lean in and when to look away. The stories of brutality and cruelty and devastation, they are truly shocking. The death toll is still rising. At least 1,200 people have been killed in Israel since Saturday, and that's according to Israel's public broadcaster. 900 people dead in Gaza, according to the Palestinian Ministry of Health. Mothers, fathers, children, brothers, sisters, neighbors, friends, slaughtered in the middle of their daily lives. Now, Israel is hammering Gaza with airstrikes, hitting hundreds of targets and reducing neighborhoods to rubble as new and unthinkable atrocities are being uncovered in its territory after the devastating attack by Hamas militants.
The bloody hands of the terrorist organization Hamas, a group whose stated purpose for being is to kill Jews. This is an act of sheer evil. More than 1,000 civilians slaughtered, not just slaughtered, in Israel. Among them at least 14 American citizens killed.
But the numbers, they can't even begin to tell the full story. The toll that it has taken and will take is perhaps incalculable. This is about human lives that have been lost, human lives that have been traumatized, human lives that are still missing. A man who was abducted from the music festival attacked by Hamas gunmen.
The situation is brutal. Whoever saw the video got intimidated, right? It's horrifying to see your nephew in this situation, basically hit, brutalized, is something that anybody that is human will be, of course, shocked.
A woman murdered inside of her own home by Hamas, posting video of her dying on her own Facebook page.
My grandma was more concerned about my mom and my aunt's safety than her own. She was in the shelter, but she was just making sure that we were all safe, that we were good. And then within 10 minutes of those messages, we saw the video.
A man who says he played dead inside of a bunker as people around him were killed.
I just covered myself with dead people, a lot of dead people. So I stayed there inside like for hours, like just waiting for that, you know. I just wanted to die in peace because I suffered so much, the gas. I just, inside, in the middle of the gas, I just remembered, I don't know how it was, but now I know how it was. I just started to think how it was in the Holocaust.
A mother looking for her daughter, holding out hope that she may still be alive after fearing that she was killed and paraded through the streets.
We heard information that she is alive and that she has a bad head injury and is in a hospital. That's all we know, and that gave us hope.
A Palestinian American mother stuck in Gaza with her 3 children with no way out.
It's terrible. My kids are very scared and they're afraid of what's going on. I have to explain all the time. I have to calm them down and trying to make them feel comfortable, safe.
So tonight, I'm going to talk about the human beings in these headlines. Now, I cannot control, nor am I trying to tell you how to feel about any of them. I can only tell you what has happened, and what is happening, and what might still happen. From the real experts. Tonight I'll talk to a survivor of the carnage at the music festival where 260 people were killed. And here with me in studio tonight to help put everything we're seeing in perspective, 2 people who know this region inside and out. Mark Dubowitz is the CEO of the Foundation for Defense of Democracies. He has advised 4 different presidential administrations, is an expert on Iran, and has even been sanctioned by them for his work. And Beth Sanner, a CNN national security analyst who is the former deputy director of national intelligence. Together with them and you and I, we're going to learn together. But first, a father whose son is missing after a massacre at his kibbutz. Jonathan Dekohen says he does not know where his 35-year-old son is after a Hamas attack near the border. And he joins me now. Jonathan, I'm so sorry about what's happening to your son and everyone at the kibbutz. Have you been in touch with U.S. officials about your son, and are they getting you any information?
Well, good morning. The picture on the screen is my beautiful son, Sagi.
35 years old, father of two wonderful, beautiful little girls, expecting a third girl in a couple of months. The U.S. consulate in Jerusalem and the U.S. State Department as well contacted me last night, Israel time, and just to touch base to make sure that they had the correct information about my son as an American citizen, but they were not able to offer any information in there for all of those, for well over 130 people from our region who are either verified as hostages in the Gaza Strip or missing, like my son. There's no information of any kind whatsoever since they were abducted on Saturday morning.
Have they given a kind of timeline of any kind of when they might expect to provide information, or are they still trying to uncover the details?
I can't speak for the American government or for the Israeli government. To be honest, I'm an Israeli American, but I've lived my entire adult life on kibbutzim in Israel, along the border. A kibbutz is a communal farm. It is a place of beauty, a place of agricultural production, culture. I have no way of estimating how long it might take for any kind of negotiations, if they will ever exist, with Hamas as a terrorist organization, to free any of these people. And keep in mind, we're not talking just about young men like my son. This is from infants to very elderly people who could not actually move on their own to be taken into captivity. They were taken in wheelchairs, dragged across fields in order to be taken back to Gaza. And so we're talking about an absolute disaster, and in our case, perhaps a bit differently from those poor young people who were murdered at the music festival. This is our home. Our home was rendered utterly uninhabitable. The entire community and almost all of these border communities are no longer inhabitable because it was not just murder. It was not just barbaric treatment of people of all kinds. It was the utter destruction of our communities. We, at this point, have nowhere to go back to.
Jonathan, I understand that of the 400 people in your kibbutz, you say that fewer than half are survivors tonight. And what is to come now of those who remain and are accounted for? Where will you go?
Well, for the next week or so, the Israeli government has provided us temporary housing in a hotel in Eilat, a city at the southern tip of Israel that's very far from the fighting, and for the meantime at least, is quite safe. The condition of my neighbors, my friends, my family, my grandchildren who survived is unspeakable at this point. All of them are in one or another state of trauma. They woke or were awoken around 6 a.m. on Saturday morning by something that can only be described as a pogrom. You know, the terrible images that most of us would have thought could not possibly reappear in the 21st century took place in my home over the course of about 6 hours between 6 a.m. and the time that the IDF, the Israel Defense Forces, actually came to repulse these invaders, these barbarians from our homes. And by that time, several dozen of our kibbutz members, from, as I said, infants, toddlers, to elderly people, were murdered in their homes, asphyxiated. All of our homes were set ablaze by these terrorists, visibly taken away, or taken away to Gaza as hostages, and we know nothing of their fate. Or like my son, we simply do not know exactly where they are. We know that they were on the kibbutz at that point, and we lost communication with Sigid around 9:30 in the morning on 9:30 in the morning on Saturday, as he, like almost all of the other young men on the kibbutz, were doing everything they could to defend their families and everyone else's families on our very small community.
Jonathan Dekochen, thank you so much for joining, and we are thinking of your family and your community and your son and his family, among so many others. Thank you.
Thank you.
Amid all those horrifying stories, Israel now appears to be preparing for a possible ground invasion into Gaza. I'm going to go to CNN's Matthew Chance, who is live for us right now in Tel Aviv. Matthew, President Biden pledging his support to Israel as more troops are moving to the border with Gaza. What do you expect Israel's next move to be?
Yeah, Laura, President Biden pledging his support and also placing the world's biggest aircraft carrier, I remember, off the coast of Israel as well, to provide a deterrence in case any surrounding countries decide they want to try and intervene if and when Israel embarks on a land invasion of the Gaza Strip. Of course, the Israelis have not given a time frame for that, although the defense minister of the country today said that it would happen later. But in the meantime, remember that Israel has called up more than 300,000 of its reservists. It called just another 60,000 in the past 24 hours. It's deployed something in the region of 35 battalions in various places around the country, but directionally towards the Gaza Strip. And so every sign, every pointer on the ground is that preparations for a land invasion of Gaza of some kind are being set out. Now, if that does happen, and I think there's a lot of political pressure on the Israeli government to do something like that, I think it will have a lot of support amongst the Israelis, because we've spoken to even the most left-leaning of Israelis in this country that have been in the past opposed to incursions by the Israeli forces into Gaza. Even people like that are telling us that they now support military operations towards and inside of Gaza. And so the effect of these attacks by Hamas, and we've been reporting on how appalling they are, has had the impact of really uniting Israel in this moment of horror and rage and crisis. Remember, every Saturday for the past several months there have been protests against the Israeli government. That has now ended. The political divisions have closed, at least for the moment, as the country sort of braces itself for what will be the next stage in this the war that it has said it is now engaged in. Laura.
Matthew Chance, thank you so much from Tel Aviv. I want to bring in our experts on the region. They are with me in studio. Mark Dubowitz, and also Beth Sanner are here with me. I mean, we're hearing these stories, and it gives you such pause. Your heart breaks and it sinks just thinking about the stories that are told and those we are yet to uncover. You heard from President Biden today, who has expressed support, obviously, for Israel as well, and confirming, although, there are some Americans who are not only missing, but are hostages. Both of you have such expertise in this region. You lived there recently in the past 14 months, among other things. What does it look like, the response, and how complicated now that Americans are involved? How does that complicate and escalate the situation?
Well, it's certainly very complicated for President Biden. I mean, obviously, we've had American citizens killed, taken hostage. But I think President Biden, made it very clear that his support for Israel, as he said, is unwavering. I spoke to his Israeli friends who have witnessed these horrors over the past few days, and they said the first time that they actually cried was during President Biden's speech, because he gave such expression to their pain. And I think President Biden obviously has been through a lot of family pain himself, having lost a wife and 2 children. So I think for Israelis, they're incredibly grateful to the president. And I think the president himself, even though this is an incredibly complicated political issue for President Biden, understands that Israel has to do what Israel needs to do in order to destroy Hamas, the terrorists that have committed this genocide, and go after the weapons that are inside Gaza.
He wasn't just he's often noted as the compassion in chief and comforter in chief. He did not talk about restraint. Some people were expecting him today in the speech not only to do what you're talking about, which cannot be given short shrift, but also to maybe address, would he talk about restraint? How would he address this? What are the options he has?
He doesn't actually have any options, I think, to restrain Israel. First, I don't think that he really wants to at this stage. I mean, I think that there is this sense that there's been this total paradigm shift. This isn't just a small incursion, I don't want to diminish anyone's life, but, maybe one or two people getting killed or, rockets going off. I mean, this is of a proportion that is unfathomable for anyone involved looking at this. And so that is why the Israeli public and the president, over decades and decades and decades, very much committed to defending Israel. So this is part of his DNA and saying this must stop. It can't actually happen again. And so now something has to be done to prevent Hamas from doing this again. And so that's where we are now. But I do think that we're going to reach a period in the coming weeks now, if this ground incursion goes forward at any scale. Maybe it'll be smaller, maybe it'll be probes in and out. So we don't know exactly what this will look like, but if it is at scale and there isn't some way of evacuating Palestinian children and innocents, we're going to see a lot of carnage. And I think then we're still seeing in parts of our own society people being a little bit wishy-washy about understanding what Hamas is all about, and not understanding that really that they're a terrorist group.
Yeah, I think that's a very important point. And if I could just add one quick, I've been hearing now stories that haven't been reported yet about the scale of the massacre. I mean, babies, hands tied, decapitated, bodies burned, pregnant women murdered, their pregnant child ripped from their bellies with the umbilical cord still attached. I mean, these are stories that are going to increasingly come out, and it's this calculation for the president, for the Israelis, is going to be informed by that.
The information that we continue to gather and assessing the veracity and the shock and the horror of all that we're seeing. Mark, Beth, stick around. We're going to rely on your expertise and really unpack in great detail what is happening together here. There's also a shocking report from Reuters. It says Hamas fooled Israel for months as it planned this brutal attack. I'm going to talk to the former director of national intelligence, James Clapper. What Israel needs to do, what does need to do about this, what seems to be a huge intelligence failure. Also coming up, I'll talk to a man who actually escaped the music festival where 260 people were killed. I'll ask him what he is saying about his missing friends.
With Fast Signs, Drew's signature flavor into every sip and sign. Fast Signs, make your statement.
At SimpliSafe, we build advanced security sensors and cameras for your whole home, powered by 24/7 professional monitoring and Fast Protect technology, exclusively from SimpliSafe for faster police response. There's no safe like SimpliSafe.
This right here is confidence in a bottle.
Not only does it change you on the outside, but something on the inside, knowing that you're looking better.
Makes me feel so much more confident than I've ever felt in my life.
They are some of the hottest videos on social media. Those videos claiming to instantly get rid of bags under your eyes. Well, today we're going to see one for ourselves and let you be the judge. It's called Plexiderm, and lifestyle expert Annette Figueroa is here to tell us why she says this one is for real.
This one is for real, and I'm so excited. We even have a video, and you'll notice the model has bags underneath his eyes and some sagging, and all he uses is a small amount on a clean, dry face, and that's how easy it is.
All right, what's the active ingredient?
Okay, so it's silicates that are minerals found in shale rock, and what it does is it tightens and lifts the appearance of bags underneath your eyes, and as little as 10 minutes, no prescriptions, and very little effort. Even watching the video, this is a real it's a model, but it's a real guy with real bags underneath his eyes.
My real true opinion is holy words I can't say on camera. This is absolutely unbelievable. I mean, I could feel it just lifting my skin. It was amazing. It feels good. Feels great. Looks even better.
And I did this to my father. We were at home, so we applied it to his under eye bags, and let me tell you, we were so excited. In under 10 minutes, they visibly disappeared from view, and now it is literally part of both of our daily routines. He calls me every single month saying, "Hey, Annette, I'm out of Plexiderm, please send me more." And not only does it work on the bags, it works on the appearance of crow's feet, fine lines, and wrinkles. The way you want to do it is you want to have a clean, dry face. You use a small amount because it's so powerful. You have high school reunions, you have events you want to go to, you want to look years younger, this is it.
At our $14.95 price, it's the best way to try Plexiderm and see it work for yourself after your first application. Your solution is at plexidermtrial.com or call the number on your screen.
If you're 50 or over, you can be taking advantage of everything AARP has to offer right now. Join AARP for $12 for 1 year, and your second membership is free. Get instant access to discounts on everyday purchases, eye care and prescriptions, and tools and tips to help manage your money and maximize your health. Plus, AARP fights to protect your Social Security, Medicare, and more. Join and get an insulated trunk organizer free, plus AARP the magazine. Call or go to yesaarp.org now.
So many people are overweight now and asking themselves, why can't I lose weight? For most, the reason is insulin resistance, and they don't even know they have it. Conventional starvation diets don't address insulin resistance. That's why they don't work. Now there's Golo. Golo helps with insulin resistance, getting rid of sugar cravings, helps control stress and emotional eating, and losing weight. Go to Golo.com and see how Golo can change your life. That's GOLO.com.
These are the faces. Face the reality.
Trying to bring it every single night.
Face the opponent.
Put a hand in his face.
And become the face of the game.
Game faces are on.
The Whole Story with Anderson Cooper is appointment viewing on Sunday nights. One whole story, one whole hour. The world's best journalists dig deeper into the stories they can't ignore. The Whole Story with Anderson Cooper, Sunday at 8 on CNN.
Well, tonight, President Biden is taking a harder stance against Hamas, calling the terrorist organization's attack against Israel sheer evil. Here's what he had to say.
The brutality of Hamas, his bloodthirstiness brings to mind the worst rampages of ISIS. This is terrorism. But sadly, for the Jewish people, it's not new.
Well, my next guest, he knows very well how these groups operate. He's CNN's national security analyst and the former director of national intelligence. James Clapper is here with us. Also back with me, Mark Dubowitz and Beth Sanner. Director Clapper, thank you for being here tonight. You heard the President of the United States, and he was comparing the brutality of Hamas to ISIS. And we have seen the horrifying videos, the indiscriminate killings. How did Hamas get to this level?
Well, I think it starts with the lengthy blockade that Egypt and Israel imposed on the Gaza Strip and restricting goods and services that had before previously gone into the Gaza. And so about 40% of the population are youth. And I think many of this youth got radicalized. The frustration, the sheer hatred of Israel and the Israelis is what led to this. And I think there were some other factors that probably affected the timing of the attack. The relationship with 50 years since the Yom Kippur War. And I think that strategically, I think Hamas grew concerned about, and for that matter, their sponsor, Iran, concerned about the dialogue between Saudi and Israel, brokered by the United States as kind of a follow-on to the Abraham Accords, to normalize relations between Saudi and Israel. And I think Hamas found that extremely threatening and felt perhaps left out of the discussion. it's almost unfathomable for us in the West to comprehend the level of hatred and the animal-like behavior that has been inculcated among Hamas, rivaling, if not exceeding, the violence of ISIS. It is really hard to get your head around.
It really is. It's an extraordinary comparison for so many reasons. And we're also reading and learning more. Reuters actually is reporting, Director Clapper, that Hamas actually misled Israel for months as it was planning the attack, and even may have constructed a mock Israeli settlement in Gaza where militants actually practiced a military landing and trained how to storm it. How could that have been missed then, if true, by Israel and also our own intelligence?
Well, Laura, I think, some years ago I toured along as a guest of the Israeli army along the Gaza fence line and got to personally observe the intense scrutiny that Israel mounted on a 7x24 basis into the Gaza. Cameras up and down the line, the fence line, signal intelligence collection, tapping into their telephones and all that. And I think Hamas went to school on the Israelis and just sustained what had become the normal intelligence picture that they portrayed to the Israelis. And I'm quite sure, and I think Beth has spoken to this, and I agree with her, that they did things in person, broke up into very small cells, probably each one of which didn't know what the other cells were doing. Now they didn't do this overnight or in a week. This took months of planning. And as a result of taking advantage of this normalcy, the normal patterns that they had exhibited, and then sub rosa, clandestinely, were planning and training for such a mission. Now, I can't speak to whether there was a training facility. There could have been, I suppose, and the Israelis, it would appear, if there was one, missed it. For the Israelis' part, they became preoccupied with other things, notably the West Bank, as more settlements, both illicit and illicit, were established in the West Bank. That created a tense situation, friction and security incidents in the West Bank. So what the Israelis apparently did was try to automate as many of these surveillance stations as possible, even automated machine guns, which are unmanned. Well, again, Hamas went to school on that, and they took the communications relay towers out so that the cameras were no longer operative. And then that enabled them to use bulldozers, low-tech but effective, to penetrate along the Gaza line in about 30 places. Now, I think the fighters they sent, and again, this gets to their fanaticism, were undoubtedly on a suicide mission. I don't believe, I have to believe they understood they probably wouldn't survive penetrating into Israeli territory. Now, this is me, guessing right now, speculating, theorizing, as are others. At some point, I'm quite sure the Israelis are going to conduct a very thorough post-mortem of what occurred here.
But for now, Director Clapper, it's obviously about survival and trying to get back the more than 100 or 150 hostages that are being held as well. Thank you so much for lending us your expertise. We're going to come back to our panel as well and dive a little deeper into what can be described as the fracturing and also trying to focus on what has happened in the region and how it could have been perhaps diversified in such a way that intelligence might not have been able to intercept appropriately. But it's one of the most horrific moments of this conflict, the attack on the Israeli Music Festival. Hundreds of people killed, many at point-blank range. Next, I'll speak with one of the survivors who knows 20 people who are still missing.
Now look at them arcing up. This is the
worst single day in Israel's history since 1948.
We have just had a massive barrage of rockets coming in here.
I'm so sorry.
It's okay.
I'm so sorry.
And that pain was echoed thousands of families all across this country.
Our continuing coverage of the conflict here in Israel.
Now, ADT professionally installs Google Nest products.
Cool. You're all set.
So your home is safe and smart. You can check in on your home.
Our Miss System, we should go.
Manage your system from virtually anywhere. And get intelligent alerts like when a package has arrived. When the most trusted name in home security adds the intelligence of Google, you have a home with no worries. Brought to you by ADT.
There comes a time when you realize the kitchen you used to love is ready for a refresh. Let a Cabinets to Go design expert help you craft the look you want with quality products in today's designer styles and colors, backed by a transferable lifetime warranty. Out with the old, in with the new. It's that easy. From design to install, we do it all. Plus, get 0% APR for a limited time. Visit cabinetstogo.com to schedule your free design consultation today. Cabinets to Go. Wow for less.
Gargurus. Shop, buy, sell online.
This past year, we've all let ourselves go a little. But now it's time for everyone to step up their game. With Wolf and Shepherd. Wolf and Shepherds look great with full grain, Italian leather, and classic styling. But they're my go-to shoes because of how they feel. Cushy, light, and super comfortable. Okay guys, let's get to work.
DirecTV Sports Central gives you access to every game, but Terry doesn't have DirecTV.
Oh, come on, wipe it down.
Here. Now, you can find the game easy.
Barbecue is saved!
Visit DirecTV.com for up to a $400 reward card.
My barbecue is ruined.
From summer loves to fall flames. So many ways to save. Life ready, wallet happy. That's 365 by Whole Foods Market.
Question: how's your money management game? I tried spreadsheets, post-it notes, and mental math, but could never keep up with everything. That's why I started Rocket Money, an app to lower bills, find and cancel unwanted subscriptions, and bring your entire financial picture into focus. Download Rocket Money today.
The Whole Story with Anderson Cooper is appointment viewing on Sunday nights. One whole story, one whole hour. The world's best journalists dig deeper into the stories they can't ignore. The Whole Story with Anderson Cooper, Sunday at 8 on CNN.
Those may look like handprints on your Blair sweater, but you just see happiness. Blair clothing is meant to be lived in. It fits your life. Wet paws, unconditional love. A little mulch, a day well spent. Blair also fits you. Easy to wear with flattering styles. Easy to love with comfy fits. And easy to buy with great prices. The Blair Fit, clothing that fits your life, body, and budget. Get $10 off and free shipping at Blair.com with promo code Blair23.
I'm Warren Lieberman of the Pentagon, and this is CNN.
28-year-old Sagi Gabai was dancing, and moments later, running for his life. He was among the lucky ones, perhaps. We now know that 260 people lost their lives at the music festival near Re'im, Israel. Tonight, Sagi's reliving that horrific, life-changing moment, but with a different message about his missing friends. Sagi, thank you so much for joining us this evening. You know, I know it's morning where you are, evening here in Washington, D.C., and you say that you hope that the people who you were with just moments before and are now missing, you hope that they were killed. Why do you say this? Sagi, I think we're having a moment of difficulty trying to hear him. I do want to hear his statements. I want to hear about his experience, and we will get back to him as soon as we can. I do have my panel here, and I think it's important. We just spoke to Director Clapper formally, and he was talking about how he believes Hamas became akin to ISIS, as President Biden had described. He spoke about it, one part of it, the blockade, as one of the factors behind radicalization of a population that is now 40% youth in Gaza. You disagree with that assessment. Tell me why.
Well, actually, I want to put it in a broader historical context and explain why there's a blockade of Gaza. Hamas took over Gaza after the Israelis withdrew every soldier, every citizen, every grave. And Hamas had an opportunity to build a decent society. They actually, it was a bitter Palestinian civil war where they actually killed and threw Palestinians off rooftops and shot them in the knees. Hamas takes over, and Hamas then begins to use the borders to bring in weapons and brings in concrete that you would hope they'd use to build hospitals and schools like any governing authority would. Instead, they build terror tunnels. They used to move weapons and fighters into Israel. And so this is why Egypt and Israel imposed the blockade. But Hamas was founded in the 1980s, and its founding charter explicitly calls for the extermination of Israel. And I can tell you, I lived there in the 1980s, the 1990s. I remember Hamas suicide bombings, where Hamas terrorists strapped suicide belts and walked into schools and cafes and discos and slaughtered Israeli children. So Hamas slaughtering Israeli children and women is not a new phenomenon, and it has nothing to do with the blockade. It has everything to do with Hamas's founding on ideology, and it's been 35 years of slaughter of Jews that Hamas has undertaken.
And I guess, I mean, I agree 100% on that, and I think that, you know, understanding that Hamas has been a terrorist organization bent on the destruction of Israel since its founding, came out of the Muslim Brotherhood, and that has been consistent. I think that, you know, the conditions that they lived under, and partly this is also under Hamas's reign of terror in Gaza as well. You know, there are lots of people who live in Gaza that don't support Hamas. There are a lot of people that live in Gaza that are very afraid of Hamas because they're a terrorist group. But living under the conditions of the last, you know, 16 years or whatever,
of the blockade
certainly helps Hamas's propaganda. It allows them to radicalize new people to their cause. Their cause has never changed. They are who they are. They're terrorists.
And the why now? What does that speak to? It's not necessarily the irrelevance of the blockade. I don't understand either of you saying that point, of course, but the question for so many is looking at this. Why now? How could this have happened now, given the historical context and given the 16-year blockade? Why did it happen last Saturday?
It happened last Saturday because this plan is being designed and orchestrated out of Tehran by Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. Right? One has to understand that Khamenei has a long-standing plan to surround Israel with a ring of fire, which are terrorists and weapons on every border. And what Khamenei has understood is he's had a long-standing partnership with Hamas and Hezbollah and Islamic Jihad. He's provided about $1 billion a year in funding, weapons and support, and there's some disagreement about direction and control. But at the end of the day, what Khamenei wants to do is light up the fire in these borders. And he lit up the fire in the West Bank. Israel shifted its military resources to deal with the West Bank, and it left that southern border vulnerable. I agree with Director Clapper on the technical, tactical analysis about how Israel missed it completely and became overly reliant on technology and not on force buildup. But remember, Khamenei is behind this, and Khamenei has done a very strategic job of shifting these resources.
And I think that definitely Iran, they're absolutely fellow travelers. The meetings that started taking place in Beirut in the spring, where all of the regional militant groups got together and they all talked about how they were going to attack Israel. So this is all part of, you know, a shared interest. But I also don't want to take away the idea that Hamas, from its charter, has wanted to do this on its own. It doesn't need Israel to tell them what to do. Iran, excuse me, to tell them what to do. Thank you. It's late. But, you know, they have their own interests, just like the Houthis in Yemen. So, I mean, some of this is just like, there's slight nuances of difference here, but I think we all agree that this is a group of Islamic militants that are bent on destroying Israel, and the timing now, I think, has a little bit less to do with Saudi and normalization, but we can get back to that later.
Minutes ago, we'll be right back, leaning on your expertise as well. We'll talk to Saji as well, who, as you know, survived that music festival. More in a moment.
Lose weight fast with Nutrisystem's Partner Plan. Together, lose up to 18 pounds in the first 2 weeks. The Partner Plan is a great value. Partners save 15% more money versus an individual plan. Plus, lose up to 20% more weight than doing it on your own.
Together, we lost 85 pounds with Nutrisystem.
Get food for 2 people shipped free every 2 weeks. Save 15% more money and lose up to 20% more weight than doing it on your own. Call or go online to get started right now.
In 3 seconds, Pam will decide.
I'm moving closer to the grandkids. Wait, I gotta sell the house.
Don't wait. Just sell directly to Opendoor. Easy as pie.
Piece of cake.
Whichever. Get your competitive offer at opendoor.com.
My active psoriatic arthritis can make me feel like I'm losing my rhythm. With Skyrizi to treat my skin and joints, I'm getting into my groove. Along with significantly clearer skin, Skyrizi helps me move with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue. And is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses. Skyrizi attaches to and reduces a source of excess inflammation that can lead to skin and joint symptoms. With Skyrizi, 90% clearer skin and less joint pain are possible.
Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms, had a vaccine, or plan to.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing like clearer skin and better movement. And that means everybody. Now's the time to ask your doctor about Skyrizi. Learn how AbbVie can help you save.
It'll be an opportunity to travel the world and shoot all these amazing scenes.
We can shoot the whole thing in Turkey.
You see, Turkey has it all.
Got the cabin for 3 days, gonna be sweet. What? I'm 12 hours short.
Have a fun weekend.
Was that necessary?
No, neither is a long weekend. With Paycom, employees do their own payroll, so you can fix problems before they become problems. Get Paycom and make the unnecessary unnecessary. See you down the line.
Does someone who threatens Putin's power ever die unintentionally in Russia?
I don't think so. He just leaves all this carnage in his wake.
Do you think he cares about that?
No, he doesn't.
Who was responsible for that image?
I take responsibilities for anything that happens in this city.
How dependent is the government on Elon Musk?
The answer to your question is, we are very, very beholden to Elon Musk.
The Source with Caitlin Collins. Tomorrow at 9.
When the details take precedence, the rest falls perfectly into place. We strip away everything but the essential, and what we're left with are thoughtful bedrooms for modern living. Fuma.
False or misleading search results can negatively impact your life. A bad online reputation can put you at significant risk of losing job opportunities or new customers. Reputation Defender helps clean up your search results, wiping away negative first impressions, allowing truthful, positive content to rise to the top. Don't you deserve to have more control over how you're represented online? Get your free reputation report card at reputationdefender.com or call 1-877-866-8555.
Yo, dude, you Jason up?
Don't worry about me.
there's no shame.
No shame. You don't know my family name.
It's okay to ask for help. Find a licensed therapist at BetterHelp.com.
This is CNN, the world's news network.
I'm back with 28-year-old Sagi Gabai, who is reliving that horrific moment at the music festival in Israel attacked by Hamas. Sagi, thank you so much for joining us. I'm glad to have you here. I was asking you earlier, you say that you hope the people that you were with moments before and are now missing were killed. Why do you say this?
It's a bit funny, I guess, but like I think it's a better destiny be killed than be holding by Hamas terrorists in Gaza right now. I don't want to imagine what happened to the people that get kidnapped and they don't have like mercy for no one. I mean, women, children, elders. So it's a bit weird thing to say, but this is what I think it's better to be dead than be kidnapped.
Sagi, take me through those moments after the attack. And you and your friends, I understand, you ran for hours. What were you thinking for all of those miles?
You don't really think. You're like in survival mode. You just try to move from situation to situation, and like lots of people start talking on the phone with their parents, with their family, with their friends. They try to tell them what to do or where to hide or where to go, but they don't really know where exactly we are. So any kind of information could land you to wrong decision, and then every wrong decision could land you to be dead or to be kidnapped. So you just need to try to trust your instincts and just try not to think right now and just act. This is what I did. I actually broke my ankle during the running, but I didn't feel it because of the adrenaline. So this is like this is how you manage. Like just try to run for your life and try to hide. Like there were like missiles above our heads, and you don't mind it because it's not your problem right now. Even though like missiles above your head is super scary, but you look for terrorists and the side of you, so just look aside and try not to get killed. This is how you manage it. Like.
Just running for your life and just that adrenaline. It's unimaginable to think about what you endured and what it's been like since. I mean, you've mentioned you left 20 people behind. Can you tell me what it's been like to try to locate them?
Yeah, I mean, it's important to understand, like the Nova, like the festival, is a community. So basically, everyone knows everyone. There has been like 3,000 people, but the circle is very close. So all the people knows kind of all the people. It's friends of friends, and it's really unreal situation to live right now, because you just see your friends posting the photos in the social media of your friends, people you know, people you spoke, like people I spoke with in the party, so now they're missing. People I just get to know in the party, people I know from before. It's crazy situation to be. So like I said to people who ask me how I feel, that I didn't even have time to process my trauma, because now my heart is with the people stay there.
Sagi Gabai, thank you so much for sharing. Unbelievable, the harrowing experience that you've endured. We're thinking of people that you continue to look for. Thank you so much. We'll be right back.
Thank you, Lala.
This is AG1, foundational nutrition to support whole body, brain, and gut health. Vitamins, minerals, pre and probiotics, adaptogens, functional mushrooms, all that in this. Start at drinkag1.com.
Lumify
It's kind of amazing. Wow. Lumify eye drops dramatically reduce redness.
In 1 minute.
And look at the difference. My eyes look brighter and whiter for up to 8 hours. Lumify really works. See for yourself.
You should Angie that.
Angie, what?
Angie that. It means connecting with skilled professionals for all your home projects, from repairs to renovations, so you can get the most out of your home. Get started today at Angie.com.
This is a customer. That happens when marketers group all their customers together. MailChimp uses real-time behavior data, so you can personalize email for every customer. Turn customers into customers with Intuit MailChimp.
It's nothing.
Sounds like something.
When you have nausea, heartburn, indigestion, systemic diarrhea.
Pepto-Bismol coats and soothes for fast relief when you need it most.
Feeling sluggish or weighed down could be a sign that your digestive system isn't at its best. Metamucil gummies make it easy to get the fiber you need, promoting your digestive health for a better you. Metamucil gummies, the easy way to get your daily fiber.
It's true. Contacts are great until they get dry. So we created new BioTrue Hydration Boost for contacts for a boost of moisture that lasts up to 8 hours. So all kinds of contacts can stay comfortable throughout the day. And it's preservative free. Stay BioTrue to your eyes.
I sign up for free trials all the time. What I don't do is cancel them. Rocket Money uncovers hidden subscriptions and notifies you when a charge is upcoming. From there, you decide if you want that service. And if not, cancel it right from the app with one tap. Download Rocket Money today.
What did I say about using my Old Spice dry spray?
I need long-lasting freshness.
Baby D, we all family. Your lavender is our lavender.
Remember when we used to steal his Old Spice body lotion?
Used to.
I'm gonna walk you through everything I eat in a day.
Not today, sis. Unless we plan on orbiting Earth, you don't need to eat powder for every meal. With Noom, you can still enjoy your favorite food and reach your goal weight. Get started with Noom today.
Frustrated by skin tags? Dr. Scholl's has the breakthrough you've been waiting for. The first FDA-cleared at-home skin tag remover, clinically proven to remove skin tags safely in as little as 1 treatment.
Sometimes Jonah wrestles with falling asleep, so he takes ZQuil, the world's #1 sleep aid brand, for a better night's sleep. So now, he wakes up feeling like himself, the reigning family room middleweight champion. Better days start with ZQuil nights.
There comes a time when you realize the kitchen you used to love is ready for a refresh. Let a Cabinets to Go design expert help you craft the look you want with quality products in today's designer styles and colors, backed by a transferable lifetime warranty. Out with the old, in with the new. It's that easy. From design to install, we do it all. Plus, get 0% APR for a limited time. Visit CabinetsToGo.com to schedule your free design consultation today. Cabinets to Go. Wow for less.
At Simply Safe, your safety is the only thing that matters. Introducing 24/7 Lifeguard Protection, only from Simply Safe. This exclusive technology allows Simply Safe agents to help stop crime in real time by speaking through the new Smart Alarm indoor camera.
Stop. This is Simply Safe.
Police are on their way. For instant intruder deterrence and faster police response.
Police have arrived. Your home is safe.
Advanced home security, 24/7 professional monitoring for less than $1 a day. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
Need to get your windshield fixed? SafeLight makes it easy. You can schedule it in just a few clicks, and we'll come to you with a replacement you can trust. Straight? Get service on your time. Schedule now.
SafeLight Repair, SafeLight Replace.
You're looking at live pictures of Gaza at the start of the 5th day of this conflict. Since Saturday, more than 1,200 people have been killed in Israel, according to the country's public broadcaster. 900 have been killed and died in Gaza, according to the Palestinian Ministry of Health. For more information about how you can help humanitarian efforts in Israel and Gaza, go to cnn.com/impact or text relief to 707070. That's 707070 to donate. Thank you all for watching. Our live coverage continues after just a short break.
Your best defense against erosion and cavities is strong enamel. Nothing beats it. New Pronamel Active Shield actively shields the enamel to defend against erosion and cavities. I think that this product is a game changer for my patients. It really works.
Ready to feel what it's like when you can do more with less asthma? It's possible with Dupixent. Dupixent is not for sudden breathing problems. It's an add-on treatment for specific types of moderate to severe asthma and can help improve lung function for better breathing in as little as 2 weeks. Dupixent helps prevent asthma attacks and can even reduce or eliminate oral steroids. Are you in? Dupixent can cause allergic reactions that can be severe. Get help right away if you have rash, chest pain, worsening shortness of breath, tingling, or numbness in your limbs. Tell your doctor about new or worsening joint aches and pain, or a parasitic infection. Don't change or stop asthma medicines, including steroids, without talking to your doctor. Who knows what you can do when you do more with less asthma? Ask your asthma specialist about Dupixent.
I used to leak urine when I coughed, laughed, or exercised. I couldn't even enjoy playing with my kids.
I leaked too. I just assumed it was normal.
Then we learned about Bulkamid, an FDA-approved non-drug solution for our condition.
It really works, and it lasts for years. It's been the best thing we've done for our families.
Visit findwhereleak.com to find an expert physician near you. Ask if Bulkamid is right for you and discuss potential risks. Results and experiences may vary. Move beyond the leak.
Pop quiz. Did you know you can lose weight with a plan that fits your budget and your goals? Introducing Quick 9 from Nutrisystem. Lose up to 9 pounds your first 2 weeks. You get delicious frozen meals delivered right to your door with convenient shipments at an affordable price and fast weight loss.
I'm saving money and I'm moving weight.
It's flexible, it's affordable, and it works. Get off to a fast start with Quick 9. Call or go online right now to get over 50% off plus free extras.
No.
Oh, yeah.
Isn't this great?
Yeah! Yeah. I can do a cartwheel in here.
Oh, hey! Would you like to join us?
No. We would love to join you.
The Whole Story with Anderson Cooper is appointment viewing on Sunday nights. One whole story, one whole hour. The world's best journalists dig deeper into the stories they can't ignore. The Whole Story with Anderson Cooper, Sunday at 8 on CNN.
I grew up in the Fraser Valley, so when I get a chance, I come home to explore what's new. Welcome to the Township of Langley. I love taking my time over coffee, visiting farmers markets, walking the miles of scenic trails, and maybe even hitting the links. I'm still discovering everything that Langley has to offer, from shopping to wine tours, farm experiences to professional sports, restaurants, and more. When I visit Langley, it's always something special. Explore Langley, BC this summer. Visit tourism-langley.ca for a complete guide.
Custom Ink helps us motivate our students with custom gear. We love how Custom Ink takes care of everything we need so we can focus on the kids.
Custom Ink has hundreds of products to help you feel connected. Upload your logo or start your design today at customink.com.
BetterHelp makes therapy accessible to all for a number of different reasons. Sometimes people are looking for that relatability. They're looking for someone who looks like them.
Being able to share parts of your identity with your therapist can be really important.
I'm Zachary Cohen in Washington, and this is CNN.
Closed captioning brought to you by InventHelp. Call 1-800-710-0020.
Do you have an invention idea but don't know what to do next? Call InventHelp today. They can help you get started with your idea.
Call now. 800-710-0020. This is CNN Breaking News.
Hello and welcome to our viewers joining us here in the United States and around the world. We continue our breaking news coverage of Israel at war. I'm John Borders. The death toll in Israel continues to surge, with more than 1,200 mostly civilians killed, with close to 1,000 Palestinians, again, mostly civilians now dead in Gaza, according to the Palestinian Health Ministry. Israeli airstrikes on Gaza have been unrelenting, with more than 2,000 Hamas targets destroyed, according to the IDF, and with no timeline at this point when those airstrikes will end. Hamas fired another barrage of missiles and rockets at the southern Israeli city of Ashkelon on Tuesday, where 3 Hamas militants also died in an exchange of gunfire with Israeli forces. Israel preparing for the next round of retaliation, calling out more than 300,000 reservists and evacuating civilians from areas close to the Gaza border. Entire cities and communities have been evacuated to safety. Israel's defense minister toured the area where tanks and troops are now massing. He says the offensive against Hamas may have started from the air, but it will also come on the ground. Meantime, Israel says rockets launched from Syria in the north into territory fell in open areas. Israel is also adding tens of thousands of troops to its northern border with Lebanon. In Washington, President Joe Biden confirmed at least 14 Americans were killed in the Hamas attacks. The White House says 20 or more Americans remain unaccounted for.
This is an act of sheer evil. More than 1,000 civilians slaughtered. Not just killed, slaughtered. Stomach-turning reports of babies being killed. Entire families slain. Young people massacred. Brutality of Hamas. Bloodthirstiness brings to mind the worst rampages of ISIS. This is terrorism.
The aircraft carrier USS Gerald Ford has arrived in the eastern Mediterranean, and the first plane carrying US ammunition has landed in Israel. Each passing day brings another horrific example of the brutality of Hamas attacks. Israel reporting more than 100 bodies have been found in a kibbutz near Gaza. CNN's Nick Robertson saw the carnage in another nearby village as well. A warning, his report contains graphic content.
The drive into Kafr Aza is chilling. Evidence of Hamas's butchery everywhere. This Israel Defense Force general shocked at what he found.
I saw about General Eisenhower that come to the death camp in Europe, and the first thing that he said is brings the press, young children.
He did the same, inviting about 50 journalists.
You will see. It's a big massacre, a big disaster.
Have you ever seen anything like this in your career before?
Never fought.
Less than a mile from Gaza, 70 Hamas fighters stormed in here early Saturday. Some even flying.
They're telling us this is one of the paragliders that flew in here. You can see the engine here, the propellers here made of carbon fiber, the fuel tank up here, and the frame of it and the seat at the front.
The IDF in control now after a 2-day battle. Hamas lie where they fell. Only now the extremes of their barbarity becoming apparent. 700 plus civilians lived here. How many were killed, still unclear. How they died, brutally apparent. Some decapitated, they say.
Kill babies in the front of their parents and then kill the parents. They kill parents, and we found babies in between the dogs and the family that killed before him. They cut head of the people.
Each body bag, silent sentinel to the intelligence failure that allowed Kafr Aza and other communities near Gaza to be overrun, and motivation for troops too.
We wait to the switch.
Israel civilians brutally butchered. Oh no. Israel civilians butchered. No. By Hamas fighters. I wouldn't even give him the name fighter. By Hamas cowards. Hamas cowards. Attacking innocent civilians. Cowards. Attacking innocent civilians. Cowards. Curse you, Hamas. Curse you.
Effectively, and there have been more than 450 targets that Israel has hit in the last 24 hours, according to the IDF. We know that the death toll now, according to the Kan public broadcaster in Israel, is at least 1,200. To put that into context, that's around about half the number of fatalities that Israel suffered in the Yom Kippur War 50 years ago. In the Gaza Strip, since Israel launched airstrikes in response to this Hamas attack on Israel in the early hours of Saturday morning, more than 900 Palestinians have been killed. So the death toll is rising, and of course, as we were seeing in Nick Robertson's report just there, that the sheer horror and brutality of this attack is becoming clearer by the day, with Yoav Gallant confirming that some of the victims from Hamas's attack were beheaded, talking about women, children, toddlers, elderly being brutally butchered by Hamas, in the words of the IDF, in an ISIS way of action. Everyone is now expecting some kind of ground invasion to take place. Israel will know that Hamas is not only expecting them to go in on the ground, but probably wanting Israel to go in on the ground. They will no doubt have booby-trapped many buildings. There will be improvised explosive devices, and of course the very real risk that more Israeli soldiers, of course in this case, as opposed to the 100 to 150 people already being held by Hamas, the very real risk that soldiers could be captured, of course, as well as the real risk of their being killed as well. We know that from the US, from President Biden, but again with another conversation with Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, expressing the US's unwavering support for Israel right now, also using the same terms, describing Hamas as ISIS-like in the way that it has gone about its attack, and calling on the international community to rally around Israel as well, for all countries to condemn Hamas's attack on Israel. And the US also putting its money where its mouth is. We know that Secretary of State Antony Blinken is on his way to Israel. We know that an aircraft carrier has been moved to the eastern Mediterranean, that the US has already started supplying Israel with additional ammunition and more interceptors for that Iron Dome rocket defense system, which of course has been shooting down some of these thousands, or many of these thousands of rockets that have been fired by Hamas from the Gaza Strip into Israel since the early hours of Saturday morning. John?
Elliot Gottkind there in London. Appreciate the update. Thank you. The Israeli Defense Minister ordering a total siege of Gaza with nothing going in and nothing coming out. The US is now negotiating with Israel to allow safe passage for civilians to leave.
This is something also that we have been discussing with our counterparts in Israel and with our counterparts in Egypt. And without getting into the specifics of safe passage for civilians and so forth, I will say it's something that the U.S. government is seized with in supporting how we do that operationally.
Large crowds have gathered at the Rafah border, on the border there with Egypt, but that crossing point was hit by an Israeli airstrike on Tuesday. Along with hundreds who are dead, more than 4,000 have been wounded in Gaza, according to the Palestinian Health Ministry. These are some of the major strikes which have been carried out by the Israeli Defense Forces in Gaza. Israel says its aircraft struck more than 70 targets overnight. Palestinian officials say dozens of buildings, including residential homes, schools, medical institutions, have all been flattened, including parts of downtown Gaza. CNN's Ben Wiedemann has more.
The Gaza City neighborhood, once known as El Rimel, the sands, reduced to ashes. Its residents retrieve what they can, which isn't much. Israel continues to pound the strip, targeting, it says, Hamas infrastructure. Residents in shock are asking why. I got married this year, says Yahya Lahuel. What did I do? What have we done? You destroyed an entire neighborhood. He says he never fired a rocket. In this, one of the most densely populated patches of land on Earth, bombs crashing into crowded neighborhoods rarely differentiate between fighter and civilian. The death toll rises by the hour, while Gaza's hospitals are overwhelmed with the wounded, including infants. Around 40% of the population of Gaza is under the age of 15, according to the CIA. The Information Ministry in Gaza reports that nearly 170 buildings have been destroyed and more than 12,000 residents is damaged. Tens of thousands have fled their homes, seeking refuge in UN schools converted into shelters. An oven in this bakery in Gaza City is shut down. Many of the shelves empty. Life here was already difficult, and now the future looks bleaker than ever. Gaza will take 5 years to raise its head after this, says Wahiba Sifsawi. And after 5 years, there will be 2 or 3 more wars. It's a catastrophe. And amidst all this, somewhere in Gaza, only Hamas knows where, are more than 100 Israeli captives, fates unknown. Tuesday afternoon, Israel struck Gaza's only port, used principally by fishermen. While at the same time, Hamas unleashed a massive volley of rockets toward Ashkelon. The abyss approaches. Ben Wiegman, CNN, Jerusalem.
With us now from Tel Aviv is Lieutenant Colonel Jonathan Conricus, spokesman for the Israel Defense Forces. Colonel, thank you for being with us.
Thank you for having me.
What's the latest information you have on an exchange of gunfire between Israeli soldiers and Hamas fighters in the south? One occasion around a kibbutz, not far from Gaza. Another occasion in an industrial area of the Israeli city of Ashkelon, also in the south, not far from Gaza. What do you know about that at the moment?
The situation is that there's still active fighting in southern Israel. Hamas terrorists have been attempting and succeeded in a few instances to get into Israel and trying to attack Israeli forces and civilians. The difference between Saturday morning and now is that now all of southern Israel is saturated with lots of security forces, and these Hamas attempts have been met with a ready response. The terrorists have been killed, and we're able to slowly restore order. However, we address southern Israel as an active combat area where we still proceed with caution until we are 100% sure that indeed all of the terrorists are in fact either dead or taken into custody.
So just to confirm, these are Hamas militants who have crossed over from Gaza into Israel recently, as opposed to, say, militants who've been laying low, out of sight, since the weekend attack?
Yeah, it is likely that the attack, and this is likely, and I caution my words here, it's still unconfirmed, but it is likely that the attack in Ashkelon was related to a terrorist that crossed the border in the air using a glider or a Buckeye, basically a parachute with an engine behind. And that's how they were able to get in, and it is likely that the terrorists that were apprehended or killed near Kibbutz Mefalsim were a group of terrorists that had laid low and waited for an opportunity, or rather felt that time was running out and tried to launch an attack. That is probably the situation, even though the details are still to be investigated and confirmed.
Thank you for that update. There have also been cross-border attacks continuing in the north. Is there any indication that these attacks, for example, by Hezbollah, another Iranian-backed terror group, as well as other terror groups in the north, are they opportunistic or are they coordinated together with Hamas? Do we know that at this point?
Yes, well, the situation is that we are actually fighting on 3 fronts. The Gazan front being the primary one, but a very significant front that could become extremely dangerous, is the Lebanese front. And Hezbollah is positioned there. We have had a few attacks and attempted attacks, anti-tank missiles, an infiltration attempt that was successfully thwarted, and exchange of rocket fire. Currently, the situation there is tense, but with no fighting. And we are deployed along that border with additional troops. Lots of infantry, artillery, special forces, intel, and Air Force capabilities are organized in that area. And we are preparing ourselves and also sending a strong message of us being prepared to the enemies on the other side, which you very correctly pointed out are yet another and the biggest Iranian proxy that we have at our doorsteps. The third and active area of fighting is the Golan Heights. During the night, rockets were fired from Syria at Israel. Luckily, no injuries were sustained. We do not know who fired the rockets. It could be Syrian armed forces. It could be any of the different Iranian proxies that are present in Syria and welcomed by the Syrian regime, or it could be Hezbollah units that are also stationed in Syria. We retaliated fire, and we are currently monitoring the situation. So all in all, 3 open fronts and quite a tense situation, with us focusing mostly on what's going on in the south, and of course delivering significant blows to Hamas via the air.
So with regards to the airstrikes on targets within Gaza, is there a timeline on how much longer these airstrikes and the artillery fire will continue? Some reports have already, 2,000 Hamas targets have been hit in Gaza. Is there an idea of how many more there are to go?
There are many more to go, because the Gaza Strip is full of Hamas infrastructure, and it is our intention to strike all of that infrastructure. Please remember that the aim of our operations is to achieve a situation where we have been able to take away from Hamas all of its military capabilities. At the end of this war, we wish to see a situation where Hamas won't be able to threaten or kill a single Israeli.
Just very quickly, there are reports from Gaza, from the Palestinians in particular, that the Israelis are dropping white phosphorus on civilian areas, which is illegal under international law. What's your response to that, please?
I am not aware of any such use of phosphorus, and I can assure you that we are committed to the international law of armed conflict. That is how we act, and that is how we will continue to act, despite the atrocities that we have faced.
Colonel, thank you for your time, sir. Very much appreciated.
Thank you.
An update now from Afghanistan, which has been jolted by another powerful quake in the northwest. According to the US Geological Survey, the quake was a 6.3 magnitude, with the epicenter located near Herat province. There are indications the quake may have been relatively close to the surface, raising fears of high casualties and widespread destruction. The area was shaken over the weekend by another powerful quake, which left 2,000 people dead. We'll have more updates on the latest situation from Afghanistan as soon as we get them. Well, it seems Israeli airstrikes on Gaza are only the beginning, with ground forces massing on the Gaza border. There are growing expectations of a major land offensive in the coming days. More on that in a moment. As we head to break, images from Rome, the Arch of Titus next to the Colosseum, lit up with Israel's colours and the Star of David in a show of solidarity.
A show of solidarity throughout the world for Israel. A song by Paul Beckman, Paul Rambo song, also the known first leader of humankind in the free world. A show of solidarity. A sign and a show of solidarity for Israel, a show of solidarity, a sign, a show of solidarity for Israel. A show and a sign of solidarity for Israel. A show and a sign of solidarity for Israel. A show and a sign of solidarity throughout the world for Israel. So sorry about the Hamas attack on you. So terrible. So sorry, Israel, and the people who were attacked or kidnapped or killed. A show of solidarity around the world for Israel. A show of solidarity for Israel. A show, a sign, solidarity for Israel. A sign of solidarity throughout the world for Israel.